What's up? Oh, classic me forgetting to unmute my my output. What's up? Thank you for letting me know, Rodrigo. I appreciate it. What's up, Carmen? That's hilarious. Basically, we're going to do the PHB today. I wasn't sure if I was going to. I had a very bad Wednesday, which, thank God, I'd pre-recorded the Liam one-shot, which didn't go well. I didn't edit it well, and I agree with all the feedback. The editing was way overdone, and I put out an announcement about that. But the general concept seemed to be well received. And yesterday was a huge sort of reconfirmation of why I was looking into that in the first place, because I accidentally pulled an involuntary all-nighter. I couldn't sleep at all Tuesday, Wednesday. So I would not have been able to do Critical Eyes that day. So good reminder of why I'm looking into that format and why we'll continue to look into it. And I wasn't sure if I was going to get sleep last night, but then I did. So we're gonna do. Oh, why? There we go. The camera needs even more of an angle on my face. So yeah, I wasn't sure if we were gonna do this today, but we are. So. I closed my app a couple of times to make sure. Oh no, it's probably me. Dystopian ad, increased productivity of obeying this AI's instructions. I wish I was kidding. Damn. I mean, yeah. I felt the lack of context during the reaction. I still watched because I remembered most of the one shot. Yeah, that seemed to be like the crux of it. It was still interesting, and like it definitely seems like my analysis, the analysis part of what I do was maintained, but the analysis was diminished by the lack of reaction and the lack of context about what I was reacting to. So I think that's very, very fair, and in like retrospect, when I actually went, like after all the comments came in and I watched the video again, I was like, oh yeah, if I hadn't just watched this, I would have no idea what I was talking about. So like it became hyper obvious to me in retrospect, but I was not getting it at first when I first filmed it, at least. Why? I'm having trouble fucking figuring out my flipped camera today for some reason. I don't know why. But yeah. So I very much agreed with the feedback. People, like I said, people seem to think that the idea has legs, but the execution was bad. So I'm gonna continue working on it. I'm excited. And with that, I don't have nearly as long today. I have like a soft out at like 5:30 and like a hard out at 6:30. But we'll see. That might be enough. We'll see. I'm not entirely sure yet. In my opinion, just a couple minutes of context would have been great. Yeah, that seems to have been. I think there was a slight bit of variance on how much context or how much pre-footage people wanted. But I think in general, I think the majority of the reactions that I saw were very much like, yeah, it like just like a little bit of context to help understand even the thing that you're talking about. Is like before you start talking, like 30 seconds, a minute, whatever, would be super helpful. So yeah, I think I'll be very interested to see the reactions on the next one when I do another one with all that kept in mind. Just for context, what's the time for you right now? 1:37 p.m. 13:37 ish. Yeah. But yeah, I think the most drastic example was you talking about some joke Sam made without us hearing the joke. Yeah. That makes a lot of sense why that would be confusing. So yeah, I'm so not used to, I'm either used to doing like just an entirely scripted thing, or I'm used to being live. That one, I'm trying this like very new thing, and yeah, the editing just went out the door. I also, some of the parts of how I set up the actual filming were weird and actually made the edit harder for reasons that I will not go into because they're long and boring. But I also just have now a bit of experience in filming it, and that will make the edit even easier. Which will hopefully make up for any like additional editing time that like including more context would have taken. Not to roast you too much, I found it mostly enjoyable. No, I think like I said in the community post, everyone's feedback was awesome. Like I legitimately, everyone was like gave really solid and really well reasoned and very respectful feedback. So no, I do not have any problems with how it all went. I had the opposite of problems with it. I was shocked at how nice everyone was. Honestly. Yeah. But yeah, let's see. Wizard and Sorcerer. And if we happen to have a shitload of extra time for, whatever reason, then I will go. Why? Oh, I know why that's not getting detected. There it is. If we happen to have a shitload of time today for whatever reason, then I'll go back and look at more detail in like the Paladin and Ranger subclasses. And I think after having a little bit more time to like sit with it all, oh my God, the camera is like even further out than I think it is. There we go. Having a little bit more time to sit with it overall, I liked everything that I said I liked at the end. In terms of like the most like flashy, like whoa, that's awesome change, it was Rogue. Like no question, I think that Rogue got the most interesting change. Like it gets my award for most interesting improvement. At least so far. And then Monk gets my award for like most improved in terms of like usability and playability. Yeah, everything else that I liked, I still like. And then in terms of the two that I didn't like, which, there was the odd subclass here and there. But the two that I didn't like, I think, were Paladin and Ranger. And actually, this might be unexpected. In terms of, like, me continuing to sit with it, I think I might have been a little bit overly harsh on Ranger. Like, I said it towards the end. I was like, if we compare this to 2014, it's at least usable, but it still gets a from me or whatever. I think I should have given it a little bit more credit in terms of, like, if we purely look at base 2014, purely look at base 2024, I think overall, a Ranger player playing the 2024 version will have a better time than the 2014. I think it was improved. It's still, when you see how much everything was picked up, you can't help but see it falling short. No, yeah, it fell massively short. And I do think that any table that reads through all of the classes can take some of the things that the other classes are doing and can apply them to Ranger So, like, for example, it boggles my mind still that Gulak, the great old one, gets to ignore concentration on Hex, but Ranger still doesn't. I think he's like level 14. They can just ignore damage as a source of breaking their concentration, but Hunter's Mark still requires concentration. Crazy. Just give it the goo, the great old one thing, where you can just ignore concentration. So there are little things like that I think you could do. I also think my like baseline, like how would I modify it if I ran it at my table? Very, very baseline. And this is more what I'm saying, like why I think I was a little too hard on it, because I think it's like it was a step forward, and I think that it's actually not that difficult to get most of the way there. So like make the Hex just not take concentration, just like the Gulak. And then I would take this decrease exhaustion right here and put it at like level 5. At level 5 they get extra attack. I would put this decrease exhaustion at level 5. And I think with that, like, Ranger is always going to have this issue. They had it in 2014. They had it with the Tasha's changes. They're always going to have it, where it is going to require an amount of the DM making your features useful. And I think that they actually did a lot of removing of that, to their credit. They removed that quite a bit, but it still requires an amount of it. I think if you move this decrease exhaustion to level 5, it provides a super obvious way and an incredibly flexible way for the DM to play to Ranger. Like it's so very clear of just like give exhaustion more often. Just play around with exhaustion more often, and the Ranger's gonna feel cool. So I think that it's really close. Paladin was just like a pure step back. Like I really tried to sit down and think about Paladin, and I just don't get it. I don't understand what they were going for. I don't understand what they were trying to accomplish. I don't see how the changes help or hurt it. They just made it more confusing, I think. Yeah, I see most of not most. I see all of the Paladin changes as just taking it to like a worse spot than 2014. I cannot think of a reason to use the 2024 rules over the 2014 rules. I can't think of any reason. So I think I got harsher mentally on Paladin and way less harsh on Ranger. I think Ranger's actually a lot closer than I gave it credit for. Then again, they dropped Paladin like a stone. They dropped it like a rock. Ranger Capstone is a D10 for HM. Monk is Wiz and Dex to 25 is so different. I mean, look. I'm still not saying it's good. It's still in my bottom 2 of changes. But I think before, I was thinking about good changes up here, bad changes down here. Whereas I think really it's good stuff up here, Ranger in the middle, Paladin down here. The gulf is just so much bigger between the Ranger and Paladin changes than I think I originally gave credit. For me, make Hunter's Mark a Ranger spell and make it better with Ranger levels. I think, and that can also work. I think that the big thing for me with this Ranger is that there's a lot more ways to very slightly tweak the power up and down for it. And you have a lot more tools as a table and as a DM to do that compared to 2014. Like, I think that's a very fair change you could make, and it's relatively simple, where like you could look at another table like the the rogue sneak attack table. You could look at the ranger, or not the ranger, the monk martial arts die table. You could look at a ton of tables to see how you should scale that sort of damage. And because Hunter's Mark is so worked into the class now, that gives a really easy lever that you can, or dial that you can twist for the power. So overall, even if it's not good, it's so much easier to make good. Whereas Paladin, I just purely don't get it. My copy just came in yesterday. Hell yeah! What's up, Lexi? How you doing? Yeah, I'm psyched. Overall, even with my Paladin dislike, I think overall I would still use this PHB over the 2014 so far. I think Chapter 1 was awesome. I give them really big props for making the PHB so much more consumable by moving all of that stuff into Chapter 1. Like, if I was trying to teach D&D 5e, without looking at anything else that's in this, I would be using the PHB, or the 2024 PHB, just for the first chapter. The first chapter was awesome. So, let's get into it. Sorcerer. That's all basically the same, I think. Maybe they got light armor before? I don't think so, though. And let's see. Did they make Sorcerer cool? Did they give Sorcerer a distinct class identity? That's what I'm looking for. That's what I'm looking for. Because people yesterday were asking me, like, oh, what does your ideal blank look like? What are you looking for? What are you hoping for? My hope with Sorcerer is that they give it a very distinct class identity. I don't think that meta magic was invested in enough in the 2014 handbook to be a real identity. My thing has always been, I wish that they just used sorcery points. They didn't use spell slots. Clearly, they're still using spell slots. But I hope that they have a much more robust meta magic system, a much more robust sorcery point system, something like that. We'll see. Most of the fixes that I see online for Paladin is restricting Smite to once a turn, just like Sneak Attack for Rogue. Sure, that'd be fine. I mean, I don't think that 2014 Paladin was that insane, honestly. I also just didn't really find 2014 Paladin to be interesting. I think it's kind of like Sorcerer, where it doesn't have a super distinct identity besides Smite. So that's why the 2024 changes are so confusing to me, is that they de-emphasized Smite and then didn't emphasize anything else. And I'm like, well, Smite was all it had. I didn't think it was that interesting. It was powerful, but it's literally all they had. So that's why the 2024 changes confuse me even more. 514 Sork felt like not wizard. Yeah, exactly. So I'm looking for something really distinct, something really them that no one else has when I look at Sorcerer. And for it to be a really impactful part. I don't think that meta magic, while it was impactful in some ways, I think most specifically like subtle spell, quicken spell, and twin spell, it didn't make them feel distinct enough. It almost just felt like a wizard subclass would get this sort of thing. So I'm looking for them to feel very, very different. I'm hoping. Channel Divinities to Paladin are a bit better for most of the subclasses. Now, to be fair, I didn't look at the subclasses for Paladin, but when I looked at the main class, and I might look at more of the Paladins. I'm sure that I can see them having improved the subclasses, but to me, the base class was already not interesting, and they made it even less interesting. So it just de-emphasizes my desire to play it even more. Having played a Pally the one time I was I played as a player. I don't think Paladin was OP. But then again, Naki had 8 cons, so maybe she was just uniquely in a bad scenario. I mean, that's not great. 8 con is not great for a Paladin. But anyways, let's see. Let's check it out. Spell casting. We got cantrips. We got spell slots. We got changing your prepared spells. So much like Wizard, they can change it when they gain a sorcerer level. I don't recall if that was a thing in 2014, honestly. I know I have played a sorcerer before. It's one of the few times that I played. I did play a sorcerer, and I don't remember if that was a thing because it's been a little while. So I do know that they were known casters, but I don't remember if they could change at level up. I bet they probably could. Yeah, they can. So no changes there. Most are quality of life to use. Sorcerers are on level up. Okay, yeah. Innate sorcery. An event in your past left an indelible mark on you, infusing you with simmering magic. As a bonus action, you can unleash that magic for 1 minute, during which you gain the following benefits. The spell save DC of your sorcerer spells increases by 1. You have advantage on the attack rolls of sorcerer spells you cast. Okay. I could get into that. Sure. If they invest in this level 1 feature more, I don't hate it. Because that is, it's sort of, it's a rage-like feature. They're the magical barbarians, which, I mean, for sorcerer, that makes sense as an identity to me. Magical barbarians, sure. Okay. I can get behind that. Let's see more. You can use this feature twice and regain all expended uses of it when you finish a long rest. Honestly, I kind of wish that they had it like a rage table. But, I mean, sure, that's fine. Whatever. It's a magical girl transformation. It's like Wizards of Waverly Place. Font of magic. You can tap into a wellspring of magic within yourself. This wellspring is represented by sorcery points, which allow you to create a variety of magical effects. Okay. You have 2 sorcery points, and you gain more as you reach higher levels, as shown in the sorcery points column of the sorcerer features table. You can't have more sorcery points than the number shown in the table for your level. I am hoping that they're not calling it meta magic yet. Oh, wait. You can use your sorcery points to fuel the options below along with other features such as meta magic. Oh, okay. I kind of hope that the meta magic options refer back to innate sorcery. Like, it'd be cool if the meta magic all had a binary with it, where it's like if you use it while you're not in innate magic versus if you use it while you are in innate magic. That could be kind of interesting. I could get behind that. But what does the sorcery points do at base? Oh, okay, they already did this. Okay, sure. You can expend a spell slot to gain a number of sorcery points equal to the spell's to the slot's level, and you can create them. This is kind of my point. If we can already do this, if these are the baseline, why even have them be spell slots at this point? That's my point when I say that I wish that sorcerers just used sorcery points instead of spell slots. It's like they basically already do. Like, if you want, at the beginning of a rest, like at the beginning of a long rest, you can just convert them all into sorcery points and then create spell slots back. Except it's just a little worse because you have to use your bonus action. So it's like, why even have this like weird currency conversion? Just make it all sorcery points. I don't know. To me, it's like, it's just, it would make them feel so unique, and I don't see a reason not to do it, personally. I think it's just a little more confusing. My take is that innate sorcery is a bad feature name. My proposal is arcane overflow, but that's just me. Actually, I'll report my proposal in Discord now. Sure. Yeah, Arcana Overflow, I could see. Innate Sorcery, I could see that being a not-so-great name. We'll see as I go on, but I can see what you're saying. I mean, the cap is level 5 slots, but yeah, it's dumb. And also, why is there a cap? Why is there a cap? Give me less sorcery points, because they get... I think part of the reason that there's a cap is that you get sorcery points just inherently, and they have sorcery points just linked to the level of the spell. Make it be an escalating chart, kind of like the point buy chart. Make it be an escalating chart where higher level spell slots cost more. So it's like a level 1, like levels like 1 through 3 all cost the amount equal to their level. Maybe level 4 spells cost 5. 5s cost 7. 8s cost 9 or 10 or whatever. Make like an escalating cost, and then you can fine-tune the number of sorcery points that they have at any given level. I don't know. To me, it seems like they don't want their cake and don't want to eat it too. Like, they could just like kind of have this, but in a much more clean way. Spells to SP used to be bonus action. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. They're so close to doing it that it's like, just take the leap. And I'm interested to see, because spell points, like instead of spell slots, was already a variant rule within the 2014 DMG. So it's like, it's there. We have almost it with these. Let's just go that one extra step. Just that one extra step. Just that one extra step. Come on. Just do it. But whatever. Oh, wait. They already have I forgot. I forgot that they already have escalating sorcery point cost. So they just already have it. They already have the system. Just do it more. You know what I'm saying? How long have you been live? Not that long. Not that long. Like 30 minutes? 30-ish? So you're still pretty early. But let's see. Meta magic. I actually reverse engineered a formula for that once. I don't remember what it was, though. You could just do it. You could just do it. I don't know. Meta magic. You gain 2 options from meta magic. Sure. Temporarily modify spells you cast. Use an action. You must spend a number of sorcery points. You can only use one meta magic option on a spell when you cast it, unless otherwise noted. Sure. When you gain a sorcery level, you can replace one of your meta magic options. Sweet. Okay, so meta magic is essentially unchanged, I think. Sorcerer subclasses: Aberrant, Clockwork, Draconic, Wild. Absolutely. For the rest of your career, ability score improvements: 8, 12, 16. Sorcerer's Restoration. When you finish a short rest, you can regain expended sorcery points, but no more than a number equal to half your sorcery level, rounded down. Once you use this feature, you can't do so again until you finish a long rest. But no more than a number equal to... Okay. Okay. No, you regain no more. Not you regain up to no more than a number. My brain got the grammar a little bit confused. I thought it was saying that you could only get up to that amount, but I don't think that's what it's saying. I think it's the amount that you can regain is no more than half your Sorc level. Which, your Sorc level is how many points you have. So like, sorcery points, yeah. You start getting it at level 2, you have 2. And you just get 1 per level. So basically, yeah, you can just regain half of your spell points with Sorcerer's Restoration, yeah. I think the standard to give them spell slots is because of backwards compatibility and multi-class. I mean, I get that. But for me, I would just say that we could have this feature right here and have them use sorcery points at base. And this is all, by the way, this isn't like a power discussion. This isn't like a balance discussion. This is a discussion about making them feel unique and iconic and different. So in the same way that like Pact Magic technically uses spell slots, it uses them incredibly differently. And so I would be interested in something where, yes, you have these that can convert, that can create spell slots, for example, like for a multi-class type, for a multi-class compatibility, but at base, they do something different, which is kind of, but to your point, Warlock dresses it up as spell slots, even though it's fundamentally different. So I can maybe see that argument. But I think that Warlocks are so obviously different just on their face, whereas these aren't. But I guess it's debatable. Yeah, I don't know. I'm mostly going after making them feel unique, you know. The funny thing is, the math of the resources means that if you had spell points and meta magic, they wouldn't be 1-to-1, which kind of sucks. I think that would be cool. I mean, sorry. Not it wouldn't be cool. Or not it would be cool. Like, you wouldn't be able to just strictly convert all of them and just give sorcerer that. You would have to give them a little bit more sorcery points than the equivalent number of spell slots that they should have otherwise, so that they had a little bit left over for meta magic. But I think that would be interesting as a class conceit, where you have this common pool of points that you can use to spellcast. Maybe you can use it to do other stuff, like the innate sorcery. Maybe that costs a sorcery point. And then you can also essentially spend more than one spell slot to enhance a single casting of a spell with meta magic. So they're this incredibly flexible caster that are all taking out of this common pool, and you won't have nearly enough sorcery points to enhance every spell you cast. And if you never touch meta magic, maybe you actually end up having like more than the equivalent number of spell slots that you should. But that's only in a case where, like I said, you're never utilizing meta magic. So I don't know. I think the math would have to obviously be reworked, but I think that would be an incredibly interesting kind of core class identity, almost the opposite of Warlock in a way. Level 5 used to be the level 50 capstone pretty much. I've seen a few of those where because that's like the similar thing with Warlock, where they took their capstone and just put a diluted version of it at level 5. That's fine to me. It doesn't more consistent access to your resources maybe fits in with a little bit more of how people play. Like, I think the original conceit in 2014 was assuming more low-intensity combats, whereas I think now the general zeitgeist is fewer high-intensity combats or high-intensity encounters. So I think that these make a little bit more sense in that light. But it's, I don't have huge feelings on it, honestly. During UA, they tried to turn Warlocks into half-casters and people hated it. I heard. I didn't look through the entire... well, I shouldn't even say I heard. I read it, but I didn't give too much thought to it since it was UA. The main thing that stood out to me in that UA was that they got to... I think it was their Pact Boon changed their casting stat. I thought that was really interesting. But yeah, they really took away a lot of the spell slots, which I did not anticipate lasting. Yeah. I'm just saying that on base, just using the variant of spell points. Yeah, that's true. That's fair. That's super fair. Which sucks. I would prefer it if they were 1-to-1. I can definitely see that. I think if you converted all of them and gave them sorcery points on top of that, you could maybe get there. Like convert it all 1-to-1 and then also, use your extra sorcery points that you get from like the level ups. Maybe do that like time and a half, rounded down or something. And I think you could maybe get there. The most relevant improvement for Paladin IMO is lay on hands or BA, which makes them much more usable. But yeah, the identity is very weak. That's kind of where I'm going with it. Is it's like, regardless, like, there wasn't anything that was so improved that I'm like, whoa. There's definitely some distinct like buffs and nerfs, but all of it just served to dilute the identity, which I didn't love. Sorcery Incarnate. If you have no uses of innate sorcery left, you can use it if you spend 2 sorcery points when you take the bonus action to activate it. In addition, while your innate sorcery feature is active, you can use up to 2 of your meta magic options on each spell you cast. Ooh, okay. I kind of wish that they switched this and this. Because I think that, generally level 5 is where the big power spike that is related to the identity of your class normally lives. So, like Stunning Strike on level 5 for Monk, big power spike related to the identity of their class. Multi-attack on all of the Marshals, big power spike related to the identity. All spellcasters, big power spike at level 5, getting level 3 spells. All of that sort of stuff normally lives at level 5, and this is a power spike, and it's debatably related to the identity. But I think that I like innate sorcery, and I like the idea of them leaning into it more. So I kind of wish that this was at level 5 and this was at level 7. So that you start getting Sorcery Incarnate, but now you're really sorcery point hungry when you're going into your Sorcery Incarnate. And then at level 7, you get access to a few more sorcery points. After you've had, 2 levels of being this very, very sorcery point hungry state, but much more powerful. I think I would like those switched, but in general, I like Sorcery Incarnate. This is exactly what I was kind of saying is like, let's use the sorcery points to invest in this kind of cool rage feature. And they upgraded innate sorcery to allow 2 meta magic options on each spell, which is huge. It can definitely go towards kind of enhancing these, because if you use like enhanced spell, I think, or empowered spell that gives them disadvantage on their spell save, that totally goes towards this rider that it gets put on. So I'm into it. I'm into this. And then Epic Boon, sure, Arcane Apotheosis. Yeah, sick. Okay, so it seems like they are trying to make innate sorcery really the thing of sorcerer, which I'm into. I'm way more into that than having meta magic be the thing. Meta magic is just a thing with innate sorcery. Let's see. The following options are available to your meta magic feature. Careful spell. Yeah, the evocation wizard thing. To do so, spend up to 1 sorcery point. A chosen creature automatically 6 saves. Yep. When you cast a spell that has a range of at least 5 feet. I think most of these are... Oh, no. Empowered spell rerolls damage. I forgot. Distant spell. Yep. Extend spell. If the affected spell requires you have advantage. Heightened spell was what I was thinking of. Quicken spell. When you cast a spell, you spend 2 to bonus action. If you've already... Oh! Okay, so they're sticking to this. Sure. Okay, that's fine. Seeking spell, sure. Oh, and this seeking spell description, I don't remember exactly how it was described in 2014, but this works with innate sorcery, which is good. Okay, subtle spell, classic. Fucking awesome. Subtle spell is very cool. Transmuted spell, right? Okay, so really no changes to, at least, or very minimal changes to the meta magic options. Which is nice. Yeah, twin spell. Wait. Oh, wait. Twin spell was nerfed. Oh, twin spell was very nerfed. Interesting. Okay. I mean, I think that Twin Spell and Quicken Spell were the primary meta magic options that were used. I mean, that's okay. That's interesting. They changed most of the meta magic. Seeking was from Tasha and was more SP. Oh, was it? It was like 2 SP or something? Interesting. I guess more of what I'm saying is it doesn't look like they added any that didn't exist in some way before this. Like, I don't see any that I haven't seen before. And most of them seem to do similar things, I think, except for Twinned. Twinned seems to be the most, like, fundamentally modified. But I could be wrong about that. Maybe I'm missing something. Interesting. I mean, it definitely seems Heightened Spell now just gives disadvantage on consequences saves, not just the initial. Heightened, wait, let me reread that. On saves against the spell. When you cast a spell that forces a creature to make a saving throw. Let me how was it worded before? Heightened to to resist its effects. You can spend 3 on its first saving throw made against the spell. Whereas this, when you cast a spell. Oh yeah, so they did nerf it. Well, I mean, they made it cheaper. But it's just although on saves against the spell. And it's just when you cast a spell. Interesting. On now gives disadvantage on consecutive saves, not just the initial. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Because it's when you cast a spell, you spend 2 sorcery points to give one target of the spell disadvantage on saves against the spell. Whereas this one is the first saving throw made against the spell. So they made it cheaper and better. Okay, I see. So they did rework the power level, especially of several of them. Interesting. I mean, it definitely seems like they are, but yeah, okay. Huh. Okay. I will sort of This is interesting. I kind of almost wish that Sorcery Incarnate, rather than while your innate sorcery feature is active, you can use up to 2 of your meta magic options on each spell you cast. I mean, it says you can use, I assume you still have to pay for them, unless that has been clarified. So you still have to pay. So that will mean, at level 7, you're probably only doing this like once or twice. I kind of wish that Sorcery Incarnate allowed you to spend like one sorcery, or how would I word it? It's like maybe like a free meta magic option within Sorcery Incarnate, but make them cost more at base or something like that. So like increase the cost of them, but while innate sorcery is up, you can use one of them for free every turn. Or maybe even just over the course of innate sorcery, you can use like one free one. I don't know. I think in general, I would like this a little bit more if it leaned more into innate sorcery. But I think it's a good direction. To be very clear, I like this version of Sorcerer more than I like 2014. Because I think innate sorcery is a unique thing amongst spellcasters. No other spellcaster has anything like this, which I think is cool. And I would want to maintain that and invest more into that. Encourage them to be thinking about, when am I going to use innate sorcery? How am I going to use innate sorcery? Is this fight worth using innate sorcery in? That's what I would want, kind of the in a similar way that druids think about wild shape, or warlocks think about their 2 spell slots. So that's the kind of mindset that I think sorcerers could be in. But great step forward. I feel similarly about like the rogue stuff. I don't think they invested enough in the new rogue feature, but I like that it's there, and I like that they're investing in it in some ways. They could easily add either erratas or new source books that could allow you, because like they obviously in Tasha's they established that they're fine with publishing optional features. So I would love it if they published like, a variant. Dude, this could be a kind of wild book, but if they published an entire source book that is just, it's called something like Parallel Universes or something, and it is just purely variant options for every single class, kind of like Tasha's had, where they're like, okay, we published the 2024 Player's Handbook with backwards compatibility super in mind. If you want, you can leave backwards compatibility at the door with Parallel Universes. That could be cool. And it allows Wizards of the Coast to sell another book. Wizards, put me on your marketing team. I'll help you out. You want to sell more books? I got ideas. Did we already go through conditions? Not yet. We are finishing up Sorcerer, and we will make it to Wizard, and then we'll read the rest of the entire book. A bit behind. Yeah, my big wish with Sorc would be them leaning more into innate sorcery, magic, barb more. Yeah. Yeah. I think that would be really cool. Because I think innate sorcery, at least now I have something I can grasp onto for Sorcerer. I will say that. Before, it didn't feel like they had really anything. Like, sorcery points were just not distinct enough for me to really grab onto them, and I wasn't sure how they would even make them distinct. But innate sorcery is super distinct among spellcasters. Like I said, very rage-like, and I love that. I would really like to see them lean into that even more. Aberrant Sorcery. This is probably the one I know the best, because I did play an Aberrant Sorcerer, but not for very long. Only for like 5 levels. Because campaigns I DM go longer than ones I play in for some reason. And I DM'd for long before. Speedrunner Mario is going to be summoned with talk about parallel universes. Probably. Psionic spells. Telepathic speech, I think is... I looked at this very shortly when we were in the Gulag, and I think it's the same. I think it's the same. number of minutes might be swapped with the miles, but I don't think it is. I think it's basically the same. Yeah. Oh, and also it's a bonus action now. Was it an action before? Oh, I can't see because this is a non... I'd have to open up Tasha's. That's not worth it. But I think that's maybe a little bit better. Psionic Sorcery. When you cast any level 1+ spell from your Psionic Spells feature, you can cast it by expending a spell slot as normal, or by spending a number of sorcery points equal to the spell's level. If you cast the spell using sorcery points, it requires no verbal or somatic components, and requires no material unless they are consumed. Yeah. I think this is almost identical to Tasha's Psionic Sorcery, and I love it. It's such a cool kind of defining thing for this class. It's a little bit late in terms of like when you gain it, but only like one level late in a similar way where like it's just so powerful, and I wouldn't want to nerf it at all. Like I would want it to be this powerful, but it's too powerful, I think, to get before level 6. So I like it. I'm fine with it. And then Psychic Defenses. This might be slightly buffed. Interesting. I think the biggest change is that now you can't change the spells from the extra spells. Oh, you're right. You are correct. Interesting. So now Bard is the only one that gets spells off of other lists. Interesting. That's a skosh of a nerf. Well, maybe not even a skosh. Interesting. Yeah, that's a substantial change. And then Revelation in Flesh. We've talked about this. Capstone, or tier 3, tier 4 abilities that are just transform into this mega version of your class, I'm not into. But they're so common, and they've become even more common in 524, and I don't dislike them mechanically. I just don't, the theming of them, like the flavor, I'm not into. So whatever. I'm not gonna comment too much on them, especially because their balance is really hard to identify. So yeah, I'm gonna ignore it. It's there. It's probably fine. Warping Implosion. You can unleash a space warping anomaly. You teleport immediately after you disappear each creature within 30 feet. Yeah. This is at least similar, if not exactly the same. They might have played with some of the numbers here. I'm not exactly sure. But if it's not exactly the same, it's almost exactly the same. I think this is cool. I mean, it's level 18, so it's hard to really evaluate features beyond their cool factor. Or it's like you can evaluate their cool factor, and then in terms of balance, it's like, damn, that's insane. Damn, that's terrible, i.e. Ranger. Or it's like somewhere in between. And I think that's how I feel about this. It's somewhere in between. Clockwork Sorcery. Clockwork spells. Oh, wait. Ooh. Consult the manifestations of order table and choose or randomly determine a way your connection to order manifests while you're casting any of your sorcery spells. Oh, flavor. Okay, sure. Did it not have that for Aberrant? Random. I don't... Okay, sure. I mean, it's fine, you know? Classic kind of flavor is free moment, but kind of random that Clockwork has it, but Aberrant doesn't, but whatever. Okay. Restore balance. Your connection to the plane of absolute order allows you to equalize chaotic movements. When a creature you can see within 60 feet is about to roll a d20 with advantage or disadvantage, you can take a reaction to prevent that roll from being affected by advantage or disadvantage. I think that's that. Oh man, my memory on this is bad, and I don't. Fuck. All right, let's pull it up. Where's Tasha's? Oh, do I own Tasha's on here? I may not. We'll see when I go past this. Clockwork Soul. I do! Hooray! Is this the same? You actually prevent the roll from being affected. Okay. So this, this is affected by proficiency. I'm going to guess that it's no longer scales based on proficiency. You use this feature up to a number of times equal to your charisma modifier. Yeah. It looks like they did a lot in this edition, which I appreciate, to limit multi-classing, to limit nonsensical multi-classing. Like, I think it is fair to base it off charisma rather than proficiency, because charisma is still like a limiting character choice. Like, you can't just dip into it, get the feature, and have it scale forever on your proficiency, no matter what class you're playing. Whereas charisma makes it have to make at least a little bit more sense. Or if you don't want it to scale, that's totally fine. You can still take this and, it's a minimum of once still. Or maybe you have like a 14 charisma and you're cool with it being twice. Like, all of those things are still there. And when Tasha's first came out, I thought that scaling with proficiency made a lot of sense. But in the years since Tasha's came out, I think that scaling on proficiency made multi-classing just that much more powerful. And it made it I don't want to say a must pick, because I still don't consider it a must pick, like following the 2014 rules. But it incentivized multi-classing substantially more, since you could pick up a small feature that scaled on proficiency and you would gain its scaling along with any other features you've picked up. So I think that basing them off of class level or charisma modifiers, or like class resources. Like, I know Barbarian has one that scales, I think, based on the number of rages you have. I think that's great. So I think this is a good direction to broadly go in. It's also an interesting reversal of like design creep. It is interesting because in a lot of ways, I would say that the majority of classes got buffed. Just strictly. I think that these classes are overall more powerful, but they did, like you said, kind of reduce the design creep in making them less like strong when multi-classing. So they made all of the mono classes stronger and put in a slight discouragement towards multi-classing. Or at least they rolled back an encouragement that they had added in Tasha's. So yeah, it is kind of a reversal of the creep of Tasha's, which is very interesting. Yeah. During the Tasha's time, they changed most of these features to proficient times, and now they're going back to connecting the main ability score. Yeah. It's definitely, it's like you said, it's a reversal of that creep. And I think in some ways it's even better. Like I said, like Barbarian connecting it to like rages or like number of rages. I think I could be wrong about that. Let me just fucking go and check. I believe that there's a Barbarian feature that is like connected to the number. Like there's you can do this a number of times equal to like your rages. Maybe it's this? No? Fuck, I might be totally wrong about that. Yeah, I might just be dead wrong about that. I mean, some of them did just link it to barbarian level rather than broad level, which is also kind of a moving in that direction. Yeah, I might just be wrong. Oh well. Maybe it was. Oh, this is exactly what I was thinking of. It's frenzy. Frenzy is while your rage is active, you get extra damage. To determine the extra damage, roll a number of d6s equal to your rage damage bonus. So rather than have it be related to barbarian level or proficiency or strength modifier, they have connected it very inherently to the barbarian level by using the class resource of the barbarian. So you could still get frenzy, but if you're not leveling up barbarian, your rage damage bonus isn't going to go up. I thought this was super, super slick. So I just overall really like that they're going in that direction with all this sort of stuff. Yeah. This book basically tries to reverse the power creep design creep that has occurred over the past 10 years. In a lot of ways, yeah, I can see that. Reverse power creep by making core options better. Yeah, bit. Okay. Bastion of Law. You can tap into the grand equation of existence to imbue a creature with a shimmering shield of order. As a magic action, you can expend 1 to 5 sorcery points to create a magical ward around yourself or another creature you can see within 30 feet of yourself. The ward is represented by a number of d8s equal to the number of sorcery points spent. When the warded creature takes damage, it can expend a number of those dice, roll them, and reduce the damage taken by the total rolled on those dice. I think this is similar to what it was in this. Yeah. The only thing I don't like about Bastion of Law, it's a fine feature in terms of balance, but it is reminiscent of Bardic Inspiration in that it is something that you give another player that they are not, it's not written anywhere on their sheet. You know what I'm saying? Like, they would have to manually write it in, and they're not used to having it, especially if you're getting it at level 6 and you've already been playing with them for months without it. It's like guidance. It's like Bardic Inspiration. You're going to have to poke them and remind them that you gave it to them. The only thing that's a little bit different about this compared to Bardic Inspiration is that the ward lasts until you finish a long rest. So you can give it to them and you're not having to constantly poke them because, you know, it has a very short duration, like guidance or like Bardic Inspiration. Well, Bardic Inspiration, they increased its duration, I think partially because of this. So that's a little bit better. But still, it's a benefit that you give another player that they choose when to use, but you have to poke them to remind them, which is, again, not bad. It's just, I think it will end up getting underused because of that. And the Abjurer Wizard. Oh, yeah. Similar to the Abjurer Wizard. So, yeah. I think this would be a little bit more. This would potentially be maybe you could maybe avoid that by saying that you have a ward that's represented by a number of d8s equal. So like you cast it on yourself, and then you can also choose to block damage from another creature within 30 feet. So now you, as the sorcerer, are managing when this mitigation is going to happen, rather than asking an ally to manage it. I think that might be a little bit of a way to kind of work around it, but it's a little tough. My hot take is that by making inspiration a lot less of an optional thing, They should have made Bard's interface with that mechanic, but not backwards compatible, so I guess not. Yeah. That's the tough part about a 0.5 edition, or whatever they want to call this one. It's 5.5, let's get real. Is a focus on backwards compatibility is just going to inherently limit design. I think that they worked towards making a lot of things that are constrained by that past design better. Like, I think almost exclusively they have moved forward in a lot of these designs, but they're always going to be held back a little bit, at least, by the backwards compatibility. But the backwards compatibility is also cool. It means that it can interact not just with their own previously released products, but it is going to largely be able to interact with third-party products like Weird Wastelands, which I've mentioned a bunch, or any other third-party content. Now, specifically, class content or subclass content, maybe it has a little bit less compatibility with that. But any big, broad things like Companions and Strongholds or Followers and Strongholds I think that's by MCDM. All of those sorts of like third-party source books are still going to be able to interact really well because of the backwards compatibility. So it's kind of a positives and negatives sort of situation. At least that's the way I view it. Also, I just realized that I don't think I turned this on. Oh, no, I did. Did I fully, though? I didn't turn on the stream setup, which means... I just realized that speaker.bot is not enabled. There we go. I also just realized that I'm sharing my primary monitor, which I normally don't do, so that was shown to everyone. Which is fine, honestly. I don't care too much. I don't think there was anything crazy on there. And I don't think I needed anything else to get set up. Let me just really quick confirm. Yeah, I think we're chilling. But yeah. I doubt you remember, but I was in the hospital with my son for the past 2 months. Your streams really helped me keep sane by letting me get my social interaction during the week. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Ross. That's very kind. And I've seen that sort of sentiment communicated to other influencers, and it is more impactful than I thought it would be. Thank you for sharing, and I'm I don't know. Yeah, I'm glad. I'm glad that I could help. And I'm glad that you went home yesterday. Hopefully it's with good news. If it's not, I'm sorry. But yeah, I'm glad. Anyway, yeah. Bastion of Law feels thematically weird, actually. Just make it give temp HP, no, like dice equals random. Some people like dice. I think that's kind of the overarching thing. Very good news. Very good news. Great. Good. I'm glad. Good. But yeah. I don't know. I would lean towards temp HP, but by making it this number of dice, it means that you're not going to be overlapping with anything else that uses temp HP. So not only is it slightly different mechanically and honestly more usable mechanically, but it's also, going towards people that like rolling dice. Just it also gives it a little bit of obfuscated value, which I think you could argue as to whether or not that obfuscated value is a positive or negative. But it's much like it, it's like I talk about, like, I prefer brutal criticals where you don't double the amount of dice rolled. You take that dice value, you take the max of it, and then you just roll the dice like normal and add that max on top. I think would be much more similar to Bastion of Law, granting temp HP. Yeah, I don't know. So it's. Oh wait, I actually think I see more of what you're saying when you say thematically weird. You mean literally in terms of the fact that it's a clockwork sorcery. Like, it feels thematically weird within the context of a subclass about order and law and predictability. Oh shit, yeah. Yeah, it really do, don't it? That is... Yeah, wow, actually, now that you bring that up, that is very thematically odd. This belongs much more in like a wide, like... Oh, yeah. The more I think about it, it's like, yeah, make it temp HP. Even if that is a little bit less mechanically broadly viable. Yeah, it's the clockwork sorcerer. Why are we relying on D8s? That's an extreme level of randomness for this class. Yeah, that's a little Yeah, Yup. I don't have any other comments on that. Yeah. I think if you want to homebrew that, which I think would be very valid, you could just take the average of these, take 5, and just say, it's 5 per the number of sorcery points spent, and you give it that amount of temp HP. Yeah, wow. I did not think about that. Or make it, even if you want to make it more broadly applicable, say it's not temp HP. It's super temp HP. It can stack with temp HP, but only for this feature. I don't know. You could add in some wording about that to create a little bit of an exception. But yeah, wow, that is very off thematically. Strongholds and Followers by MCDM. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the remaining dynamicness of the feature is odd. It's predictably unpredictable. I suppose, yeah. Yeah, wow. Yeah, the feature on its own is fine, given everything else we've already talked about. But yeah, little odd thematically. You gain the ability to align your consciousness with the endless calculations of mechanists. It's another enter the avatar state feature, sure. For the duration attack rolls against you can't benefit from advantage, and whenever you make a d20 test, you can treat a roll of 9 or lower on the d20 as a 10. Sure. Yeah, that's fine. I will say, in terms of a thing that I like about these let's enter the avatar state features for both Aberrant Mind and Trance of Order, they have out of combat utility as well as in combat, which I like. I think that is, if you're going to have an avatar state feature, it should be for both out of combat and in combat. So that's cool. But I still don't love them in just like general concept. They're not bad. They're just not for me. It feels weird those avatar states weren't rolled into innate sorcery for the Sorc. Yeah. You're honestly very true. Honestly, very, very true. It is like kind of just like it is just incredibly random that they weren't. Maybe they're trying to disconnect them. No, actually, I know that they're not. I was just about to say maybe they're focused on making subclasses also backwards compatible with the 2014 base classes, but I know that they're not because the rework of Thief very much, it directly references one of the new features. So they can't be relying on that level of like modularity. The subclasses are very directly only compatible with the new base classes. So yeah, that is kind of weird. That is a bit odd. Yeah. You have a power-up already, just upgrade that power-up? Absolutely. Absolutely. In the same way that, speaking of Rogue, it was a little weird that only Thief Rogue interacted with it. Like, oh, no, actually, no. Assassin Rogue also interacted with it. It has, like, empowered venom or something like that, where when you use the poison feature from the base class, it is even better. So, yeah, I mean, yeah. I think Rogue did great. What can I say? Momentarily, summon spirits of order to expunge disorder from around you. As a magic action, you summon a spirits in a 30-foot cube. Okay. It's a little thing. It's actually a very small thing, but it's very funny to me that I think do any of these have it? I don't think so. Do any of them have an emanation? Oh, I don't know if they do. Basically, I would have to find it. Several classes use this new term called emanate. That is basically like if you get an emanation, it means, or like if a feature uses an emanation, it means that it emanates within a sphere around you. That's essentially what it means. And I think it's very a little funny and a little silly that rather than using emanation, rather than referring to it as a sphere, it specifies that it's a cube originating from you. That's a funny little flavor thing that I don't know is like better or worse in terms of mechanical impact, but it's like a funny little flavor bit that kind of goes to characterize this class, that it's a cube rather than a sphere or an emanation. It's funny. Yeah. I think the Dodges ones weren't changed as much as the PHB classes. I think you're right. I think they were mostly just tweaked rather than fully changed. That is one of the first things that Wizards of the Coast said they wanted, to use new classes with old subclasses, but not the reverse. That makes sense. They forgot about emanation there. It is very slightly distinct. Like, it's not actually emanation. They could have used emanation there, but it is slightly mechanically different in a very funny way that I kind of like. And also they reference the cube later. The cube. So I think it's something that they very specifically chose, and I think it's just kind of funny. Yeah, it's an aura like Paladins. Emanation isn't necessarily a sphere, if I recall. Oh, is it not? I thought the language of it. You're right. The language isn't equivalent to a sphere. It's something like all points equidistant from you within that range. So it's technically not a sphere because I think that, or it's like all unoccupied points or something like that. There is, I think, a slight differentiation between an emanation and a sphere. Either way, they're both slightly distinct from cube, and it's just funny to me. None of it is necessary, but I do think that it provides an interesting little flavor to it. They also used emanate as natural language in 5e, but cube flavor is good. Yeah, that's true. In my headcanon, there's a big CR fan inside Wizards who made it a cube as a reference to Scanlan, although it's not a 1.5 inch cube. Yeah. Anyways, the spirits look like Modrones or other constructs of your choice. Spirits are intangible and invulnerable, and they create the effects below within the cube before vanishing. Once you use this action, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest unless you spend 7 sorcery points. Heal! The spirits restore a bunch of hit points. Any damaged objects entirely in the cube are repaired instantly. Every spell of level 6 and lower ends on creatures and objects of your choice within the cube. Fun. That's such again, like we talked about with the high level feature, it's so high level that it's hard to evaluate balance, but that's fun, I think. I think that these 3 effects are thematically on point. And, yeah, that's cool. Whoa, cube be upon you. All right, Draconic Sorcery. I'm interested because Draconic Sorcerer is something I would have never played in 2014. So let's see. Draconic Resilience. The magic in your body manifests physical traits of your Draconic gift. Your hit point maximum increases by 3, and it increases by 1 whenever you gain another sorcerer level? Sure. Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's fine. That's, I think, just a slight improvement over this, right? Yeah, it increases by 1 and increases by 1 again. Yeah, sure. Yeah, it gives you a little bit more of a, gives you a little bit of a teaser rate. A little bit more when you first gain it. Oh, wait, actually, no, it's exactly the same. It's exactly the same because you're getting it at 3rd level, right? Yeah. Okay, never mind. It's literally the same. Okay, sure, whatever. Parts of you are also covered in dragon-like scales while you aren't wearing armor. Your base armor class equals 10 plus dex and charisma. Yeah, better. I'm much more likely to use it than this. 13 plus dex made sense, but making it scale on charisma is going to be better for the sorcerer in the long term. Because this was basically, like, to compare them, this is basically the same if you assume that the sorcerer's charisma is going to stay at 3. Which it's obviously not. It's going to scale up to 5 and potentially beyond if they do some weird stuff. So better. Overall better. It's the same on the HP increase, and it essentially just increases your hit die to a D8 rather than a D6, which is fine. I could honestly see it even being more generous. Let's make it where your hit point maximum increases by 6. Again, let's give it a little bit of a teaser rate. And then make this scale on charisma. Either way, improved. Screw Dex Charisma, just make it scale with con because sorcerers should be con casters. Well, that's a whole other fucking can of worms. That's a whole other can of worms. I will say, to your point, I would be much more into this, like much more like excited and into it if it was con and charisma. I think that would be cool if it was con and charisma and their armor class was just totally disconnected from Dex. I think that would be sick. But this is improved. This feature is improved, and I think that's good. Draconic spells. Okay, sure. Tying it into, everything else. You can read and write Draconic whenever you make a charisma check. Spellcasters just inherently don't need as many out of combat features as marshals do. So I'm much less looking at, are they getting out of combat stuff? when I'm reviewing their classes and subclasses. Because they get spells that do out of combat stuff. They get prestidigitation. They get thaumaturgy. So if they get an out of combat thing, more power to them. But I'm not considering it required or like a big mark against the class if they don't. That's me being picky. Yeah. I mean, I think honestly, if we want to talk about an easy homebrew, you can easily swap out Dex for Con there, and I think this works. It's more powerful because sorcerers are going to want Constitution more than Dexterity, but I think that would be totally viable. And then they get a few extra spells. This is fine. You know what? And I said that I really liked the generic spell lists that they tried at one point during 1D&D testing, where they made it to where classes just got a subset of larger lists. Like, oh, you get, the enchantment and illusion spells off of the arcane list. These sorts of mini spell lists that they have within a lot of classes now, like a lot of the warlock subclasses, all of the sorcerer subclasses so far, I'm into it. It's kind of like doing that, where you shrink the base spell list and then you just give them extra spells in your subclass. I think that goes to characterize the subclass a little bit more. I'm down with it. I'm totally down with it. I don't think it's like crazy notable. I kind of wish they went a little bit further with it, but I'm fine with it. Elemental affinity. You choose your damage type associated with dragons. Okay, so moving this off of 3rd level. You have resistance to that type of damage, and when you cast a spell that deals that type of damage, you can add your charisma modifier. Ooh, to 1 damage roll of that spell. That's cool. That's way, way cool. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Really. Okay, so this is the elemental sorcery, really. But they're tying it to dragons so they can continue to do this stuff. And dragons are inherently tied to the elements, so I don't think it's like off theme. Sure. Yeah. Yeah, very cool. I'm into this. Yeah. I'm trying to think of how did it work? Do you just whenever you make a charisma check, damage type used by features later. So it still has, so you just chose the element earlier before. Starting at 6th level. Oh, actually. Wait. Ooh, I was just praising it off the wall, but it's basically the same. It's basically the same. I never got this far into Draconic Bloodline to care before. Because I could never justify the Draconic Resilience. Lol. At the same time, you can spend 1 sorcery point to gain resistance to that damage type for an hour. Oh, so okay. So it's an improved version. You just gain resistance all the time, which is better. Like this is just a better version of that. Man, maybe I'll actually consider playing them now. They were very similar. They're just slightly tweaked in like a usability way. Like the power probably hasn't even changed that much. The power of this is definitely better. But the power of Elemental Affinity really hasn't changed all that much. But I like it so much more in terms of usability. In 2024, Sork gets almost 10 extra spells known because the extra spells given to each subclass. Honestly, I kind of wish that I don't think this was the case. I haven't like really honed it down yet, but it doesn't seem like the spell lists of all of the given classes got shrunk that much. I would rather all of the spellcasters have like substantially shrunken lists, maybe like a third, or down to like 3/4 or a half, and then for these spell lists to be even larger. I would prefer that. And let's take it back to, like, you know, at the end of all of it, they'll all have a similar amount of spells known, or spells available to learn, but we'll have to get them partially from their subclass. And I never really considered, like, the limited nature of spells known to be that inherent to Sorcerer. Like, it was definitely a part of their identity, but, like, a very kind of, I'd say, almost a ribbon on their identity that I'm fine with them deleting. Or not deleting, but expanding. Like, if they want them to be able to know more spells at the end of the day, that's totally fine with me. Especially if they're coming from these more limited and more themed subclasses. I'm more into that. I'm more into, like, a generic theming, or not generic, a very specifically not generic. I'm much more into the spellcasters having themed lists or themed things that they know from their subclasses than just getting more optionality within their core classes. I think that's cool. I would actually play Draconic if it was like this. Oh, wait, it was exactly like this. It was exactly like this, but way less user-friendly. It was substantially less user-friendly, and it being more user-friendly does make me want to consider it more. And the fact that I needed the subclass to justify base Sorcerer to me, and I don't think that Draconic did that. I think that Aberrant Mind, which is the only type of Sorcerer I've played, was themed enough to justify the base class. Now the base class is more interesting, so there's less need for the subclasses to justify themselves to me. I think I would still choose Aberrant over Draconic, but if I want to go a big elemental-focused caster, before, I still wouldn't have gone Sorcerer. I probably would have gone Wizard. If I really wanted to focus on, like, an elemental caster, I would have gone Order of Scribes, Wizard. But now, I might actually go a Sorcerer. Everything is easier to interact with within the Draconic spells. So, I'm more interested. Yeah. All the spell lists are pretty much the same as 2014, but with added from Tasha's and Xanathar's and some changes to the spells. Yeah, I guess that's fair. They also have the added from Xanathar's and Tasha's. Yeah, I think I would have preferred shrinking them a little bit and then expanding the subclass ones, but I don't hate the way it is now. Hard agree. I honestly think that the limited spell list of Sorc was an afterthought to try and make Sorc and Wizard feel more different. Yeah. The identity of Sorc is natural casting, but that has virtually no mechanical impact. It's all flavor. Yeah. Which now I think that they went much more in the direction of making that the identity. I don't think it's all the way there, but it's way closer. So I think so far we're about to finish it out. We'll see Wild Magic. But I think that Sorcerer was definitely changed for the better. I would use this 10 out of 10 times compared to 2014. Dragon Wings. As a bonus action, you can cause Draconic Wings to appear on your back. The wings last for 1 hour or until you dismiss them. For the duration, you have a fly speed. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest unless you spend 3 sorcery points. You know what? This is comparable to the Avatar states at the other level 14s. This is probably weaker, but I like it more. Like, it's much more my vibe of what I would like to see. Like I said, it's probably slightly weaker, but I like it more. It's simpler. It's cheaper to reactivate if you want. It's yeah. I don't know. Like I said, probably weaker, but I'm way more into it. Fly speed is no longer tied to base speed. Is that true? I read through. Let me see. I didn't quite get that from reading chapter 1, but that might be true. I might have not read through it. Your movement can include climbing, crawling, jumping, swimming. These different modes of movement can be combined with your regular movement, or they can constitute your entire move. However, you're moving with your speed, you deduct the distance of each part of your move from it until it's used up or until you're done moving. Your character's speed is determined during character creation. See the rules glossary for more about speed, as well as special speeds, such as climb speed, fly speed, or swim speed. Let's see. Fly speed. Can be used to travel through the air. While you have a fly speed, you can sail aloft until you land, fall, or die. Also see flying and speed. Great. Hey, I'm fine with that. Flying. A variety of effects allow a creature to fly while flying. If you fall or have the incapacitated or prone condition, or your fly speed is reduced to 0. Okay. Let's see. Speed. Special speeds. Some creatures have special speeds, such as a burrow speed, climb speed, fly speed, or swim speed, each of which is defined in the glossary. If you have more than one speed, choose which one to use when you move. You can switch between the speeds during your move. Whenever you switch, subtract the distance already moved from the new speed. The result determines how much further you can move. If the result is 0 or less, you can't use the new speed during the current move. For example, if you have a speed of 30 and a fly speed of 40, you could fly 10 feet, walk 10 feet, then leap into the air to fly 20 feet more. Okay, wait, let me reread this. Okay. You have a speed of 30, fly speed of 40. So you fly 10 feet. So that's subtracted from this. And then you have 20 feet of speed left. So then you walk 10 of those feet, which means that you've moved a total of 20. So when you switch back to fly, you subtract the total that you have moved from the fly speed of 40, which would be 20. So you're able to fly 20 feet more. So basically, you're counting up the amount that you have moved throughout the turn, and whenever you switch to a new speed, you subtract that total from the new speed, which determines how much more you can move. Okay. Fly speed is no longer tied to base speed for Dragon Wings specifically. Wait. For Dragon Wings specifically? You gain the ability to spread a pair of wings from your... Gaining a flying speed... Wait, no, it's gaining a flying speed equal to your current speed. Wait. Oh, wait. This is 2014. This is 2014. For the duration, you have a fly speed of 60 feet. I see what you're saying. There were still changes to the speed, so I'm glad I read through them. Or maybe there weren't, but maybe it's just explained a little bit better, honestly. I see what you're saying. I went off on a whole tangent. I see what you're saying. Compared to 2014, it is now just a fly speed of 60 rather than a flying speed equal to your current speed. Gotcha. That makes... I see what you're saying. Gotcha. I was just trying to say Draconic Sorcery. Yeah. Sorry, Topaz. I went off on a whole tangent. I think it would be cool if Draconic could fly earlier, but only during innate sorcery. Oh, that'd be so sick. Oh, I fully agree. Yeah, make these only manifest during innate sorcery and put them earlier. That'd be so cool. I do wish that more of these interacted with innate sorcery. But that's fine. You can cast Summon Dragon without a material component. You can also cast it once without a spell slot. Sure. Whenever you start casting a spell, you can modify it so it doesn't require concentration. If you do, the spell's duration becomes 1 minute for that casting. These are super interesting, and it's so funny. These sort of features, you can modify it to where it doesn't require concentration. If you do, something else changes about it. These are the exact sort of things that I was like thinking about when I made my legendary resistance video. These are exactly what I was thinking. I truly wonder. I'm interested to see how people react to these sorts of features. They're all at super high level. I think Goo has one as well, a great old one. They're all at such high level that I don't think people are going to be able to accurately evaluate them, unfortunately. I wish that there were more at lower levels, because I would love it if we got rid of concentration as a tag on spells and just modified spells' durations and modified their casting times. And I think we could do it. I wonder if they're kind of playing with the concept with some of these features and seeing how people react to them. I do wonder. Without a material component is always such a tiny bonus. Yeah, I mean, what is the summon dragon? It kind of doesn't matter what it is, but what's the material component? The material, an object with the image of a dragon engraved on it worth 500 plus GP. This is what I will kind of always stick to. I would prefer for material components to not be based on gold values. I think it's okay, but my preference leans towards that because gold values vary, like literally how much a gold piece is worth. You know, there's inflation and deflation when comparing different settings. And, I mean, literally how much gold a party is able to acquire will change between settings. So just generically, I would prefer if less things were gold-based when it comes to actual features of spells. Or just features of anything, of class or subclass or what have you, just generically. But I understand. And I think that there's an argument to be made that when it's tied to things like spells, it actually goes towards characterizing those settings, that those spells are more available and easier to cast. Typically, you know, settings with more gold are also just generically higher fantasy and have more access to spell casting. I don't love that the two are tied together, but I think it would be fair if you were okay with that, if you didn't mind that they're kind of tied together. Because right now I think they are. But it also, all that said, it makes modifications to whether or not you require a material component a lot more variable in how good that is, and like how substantial of a change that is, which is why I think they chose to it's one of the reasons I think they chose to get rid of the Warrior of the Gods feature on Zealot, or change it, I guess. Because that was, you know, you could be revived with no costed material components. So that's why I didn't complain too much about the changes, even though I loved the flavor of Old Zealot, because one of the changes that they made did, I think, appropriately disconnect it from costed material components. So yeah, I don't know. It's a hard conundrum though, because like, I think consumed material components are still cool, because then, you know, the DM can build in how hard it is to get that material component. But certain settings just have more broad economies, regardless of what the DM does. At some point in the UA, there was an ability to downcast some spells, and that didn't stick to the new PHB. Yeah, that would have been cool, but whatever. Cough, cough, there is no default setting. Exactly. But costed components assume a default setting. Or, like I said, their power and their availability becomes tied to setting. So how good this spell is becomes variable. Summon Dragon has a variable value because its cost is variable between settings. So this spell will be better in some settings and worse in other settings because its cost is variable. Which, I mean, if you're into that, I could hear an argument for that. I could hear an argument for being into that. That it's cool that spells change value between settings, and that's actually a defining feature of settings. I could hear an argument for that. I don't personally agree that that's cool, but if you do find it cool, I wouldn't argue too much with you about it. Yeah, as an economist, it annoys me a lot. To be fair, what is value is kind of still an open-ended question in economics, so expecting wizards to get it right is a bit unrealistic. I mean, I think in this case, it's a little bit more straightforward of each spell has a cost. It has the material cost and the spell slot. And then it has it has an effect that it creates. And so you can pretty directly compare what is the cost versus what is the effect. And gold, because the inherent value of gold is variable between these settings, which I guess is what you're saying, like the value of gold being variable between settings isn't necessarily like a strict fact. Maybe I could hear that. I don't know. But yeah. Also, to be fair, consumed components is a very cool aspect with a lot of opportunities. In every way I would want to do, it is inherently setting specific. You need holy water blessed with specifically a high priest of, oh crap, that's going to be setting specific. That's true. That is true. But that is more based on like DM fiat. Whereas the gold value is just going to be inherently different for the setting before the DM even touches it. Which I guess the availability of priests is also a little bit different. I don't know. For me, gold is so generic and outside of the DM control that it's a little bit different. But like I said, I could hear an argument that it's not that different. What up, Ryan? How you doing? Making WotC change component cost to number times setting economy number and then making up some set economy number for the settings. You could do that. I think that people would actually like that a lot less than even like the current implementation. I think, and when I say people, I think I would like that less. But I could see that working. I could see it working if they did want to do it that way. But I think even me complaining about this whole thing right now, I think I would like that less. Because then for my homebrew campaigns, I have to come up with a number. I think I would much prefer it to just be related to named consumable components. Rather than gold costed material components. Like Summon Dragon is a image of the dragon engraved on it worth 500 GP. Instead of worth 500 plus GP, it's just an object with the image of the dragon engraved onto it. Or maybe not even this, maybe like an object that dragon has owned, or something like that, or an object with special importance to said dragon. Those are the sorts of things that I think are less setting specific. They are obviously still specific in like how available are dragons in your setting? But they are less specific, and they detach it from the economy, which I think I would prefer. I would want consumed components to be world building thing. Yeah. And I guess WotC is in an awkward position of being the world builder for many settings, but also encouraging world builders. Yeah. They should change it all to Electrum. You're so right, Topaz. You're so right. Okay, Wild Magic. Wild Magic Surge. They gotta keep it. Your spellcasting can unleash surges of untamed magic. Once per turn, you can roll a 1d20 immediately after you cast a sorcerer spell with a spell slot. Is that different? Were you able to pick? Once per turn, the DM can have you roll a d20 immediately. Yeah, it used to be like the DM had to ask you, which was so strange. This is way better. You can roll a 1d20 immediately after you cast a sorcerer spell with a spell slot. If you roll a 20, also it's just a spell slot. Is that how it was before? Sorcerer, when you cast a sorcerer spell, first level or higher. Okay. A sorcerer spell with a spell slot is a cleaner way to say it. If you roll a 20, roll on the Wild Magic Surge table to create a magical effect. It used to be roll a 1, which is kind of funny, but it also, I think, acknowledges that Wild Magic Surge is something that players often want to happen, and so putting it on 20 just like makes demonstrably more sense. And it is easier for players to give themselves advantage on things than disadvantage. So if someone wants to lean into it even more and make it more likely that they're getting this, then they could give themselves advantage. Although, to be fair, it doesn't say it's a D20 test. So a lot of advantage sources probably aren't going to work. But inspiration would work on this. So I think this is acknowledging that this isn't like something that wild magic sorcerers are trying to avoid. This is the point. So I think that this is just a good acknowledgement of that. Part of me thinks of the idea of to revive someone, sacrifice your holy symbol, but then you get someone with 100 spare holy symbols. Yeah, true. Tides of Chaos is nutty. Best believe I'm using it every combat and then some. Let's see. You can manipulate chaos itself to give yourself advantage on 1d20 test before you roll the d20. Once you do, you must cast a sorcerer spell with a spell slot or finish a long rest before you can use this feature again. If you do cast a sorcerer spell with a spell slot before you finish a long rest, you automatically roll on the Wild Magic Surge table. I think this is pretty similar to how it was, right? You get advantage on one attack roll, ability check, or saving throw. D20 test, sure. Once you do, you must finish a long rest. Okay, yeah, that's the same. Oh, no. Once you do so, you must cast a sorcerer spell with a spell slot or finish a long rest. Oh, wow. They made it way more available. Anytime before you regain use of the feature, the DM can have you roll on the Wild Magic Surge table immediately after you cast a... Oh, no, okay. So all of this it's basically the same. It just took it out of the DM's control and put it into your control. Which, again, I think is better. It's acknowledging the reality of what Wild Magic Sorcerers wanted. Oh, wait. Huh. That's an interesting little tidbit. If the magical effect is a spell, it is too wild to be affected by your meta magic. Interesting caveat. Yeah. Yeah, interesting. Less ludonarrative dissonance. Yeah. D20 test, aka initiative. Yeah. I mean, that's definitely a good part of it. That's definitely a good way to use it. I don't honestly see this as that much of an improvement other than marrying the dissonance. I mean, it's obviously better because it gives the DM kind of less control over the like ability of your class to do its thing, or your subclass to do its thing. So it's obviously better in that way. But if your DM was playing to what you wanted, which is doing this all the time anyways, I think it's not going to be that much different. Tides of Chaos versus Restore Balance is a fun dichotomy. True. Yeah, it definitely is. It's like, hey, do you want to use the table right now? Yeah. DMing for a Wild Magic Sorcerer the right way was obnoxious. Nobody ever did it. We played a lot closer to how 524 is now written. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it puts so much of the fun of your Wild Magic Sorcerer on the DM. It like it kind of introduced a DM versus the player dichotomy, which sucked. And now, if the player is overusing Wild Magic Surge and Tides of Chaos, it is firmly like their character's responsibility. Or like it's purely on them. They're the only ones culpable. So that is now an in-fiction conversation that the characters can have with that character. Or if you want to, play it as more in-fiction random, it's a conversation that players and the DM can have with that player. Rather than it being this weird pressure from the player, but then the GM is the one that is like kind of ultimately culpable. Yeah, it's just all way better. It's all way better. It makes the social aspect of it less prevalent. Yeah, it's great. The table is better for the party and the PC. Oh, is it? Well, that's a whole other thing. We'll have to see about that. Let him see the table, Rodrigo. We'll see. The Wild Magic Surge table was also changed a lot. Yeah, we'll see. Okay. I mean, if the table was changed, that's where. If it was buffed out, then that's the real buff. The very first 5e stream I watched started the literal day the book was released. First thing the DM said was, "I will always choose to have you roll. Don't even ask me, just roll." Yeah. It's been obnoxious from day one, and the right answer is to always roll. Absolutely. Or let the player choose not to roll if they don't want to risk it. Bend a luck. You have the ability to twist fate using your wild magic. Immediately after another creature you can see rolls the d20 for a d20 test, you can take a reaction to spend 1 sorcery point to roll a d4 and apply the number rolled as a bonus or penalty, your choice, to the d20 roll. Cool. Yeah, that's cool. What was Ben Luck before? I legitimately don't know. Was it the same? You can use your reaction. Okay, yeah. You can do this after the creature rolls, but before any effects of the roll occur. Immediately after you see rolls the d20, which is... Okay, yeah.
Take a break.
Oop, I'm supposed to take a break, so we'll finish it out. We'll finish out Wild Magic Sorcerer. So they just made this cheaper. Am I right? It seems like it's just cheaper. Sure. That's fine. Okay. It's not that insane, so I'm totally fine with it being cheaper. And it's like fun and interesting. It's a fun little control feature. So I'm good with that. Controlled Chaos. You have a modicum of control over the surges of your wild magic. Whenever you roll on the Wild Magic Surge table, you can roll twice and use either number. That feels similar. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's the same. Tamed Surge. Immediately after you cast a sorcerer spell with a spell slot, you can create an effect of your choice from the Wild Magic Surge table instead of rolling on that table, right? You can choose any effect in the table except for the final row, and if the chosen effect involves a roll, you must make it. When you use this feature, you can't do so again until you finish a long rest. Spell Bombardment. Okay, so totally different. Beginning at 18th level, when you roll damage. Yeah. Oh, they used to have exploding dice. Dude, okay. That's tough. Exploding dice are awesome. I wish that they were, honestly, I wish that exploding dice were the like identity of a class. And I'm so sad that they aren't. But I like Tamed Surge as a thematic choice. I think Wild Magic Sorcerer feels very themed, both mechanically and thematic or flavor wise. The only thing that's not really themed mechanically is Bend Luck, but it fits within the actual theme, like the flavor theme, a lot really well. So I don't mind it. Yeah. So I think Tamed Surge is a good flavor transition. Roll twice and choose is such a good power for a random table. Oh, yeah. Sorcerers get that spell that is exploding dice, but yeah, could use more. I mean, if it was going to be the theme. If exploding... I wish exploding dice were like an entire class's mechanical theme. I think, honestly, exploding dice would be a sick theme for Fighter. I think that would be such a cool theme for Fighter, given that their other part of their theme is multi-attack. Like, getting so many multi-attacks and also having exploding dice would be so fucking cool for a Fighter. And, like, imagine if, like, a later feature even gave them exploding dice on, like, a D20 somehow. Like, for skill checks. That'd be so cool. It's like, oh, maybe, like, you can add a D4 to any of your skill checks. And then at later levels, that D4 it gains the ability to explode a certain number of times. Oh, that'd be cool. But I think Fighter in this one was fine. Exploding dice plus multi-attack might make their turns take too long, but it definitely works thematically. You would have to restrict the exploding dice somehow. You would have to restrict it somehow, but I think it'd be so cool. But Dice Pool Rogue plus Explosion Fighter would be a fustercluck. I mean, that's true. You would have to limit it to, like, they get to explode once per turn. And maybe as you gain fighter levels, you gain more explosions. So at, like, level, I don't know, 5, they can explode once. At level 10, they can explode twice. Like, maybe as you gain multi-attack, you also gain explosion uses. Like, number of times a single dice can explode. That could be kind of fun. But, like I said, I digress. I don't know how the exact balance would be needed to work out. But I think that this is a good kind of switch. Okay, yeah, that's cool, the NGL. Anyways, Wild Magic Surge. Let's read it. It's still long as hell, which I think is good. Still uses percentile. That's fine. I think that if I remember correctly, the 2014 version was like nearly equal advantages and disadvantages. Like it was like pretty balanced in terms of like bad things and good things. So I'll be looking to see. I'll be looking to see how it goes. I think it'd be an interesting as a weapon ability. Ooh, as a weapon mastery? And it only applies to the weapon, the dice from the weapon? That would be cool as a weapon mastery. That would be super cool as a weapon mastery. Oh, anyways. So yeah, Wild Magic Surge. Roll on this table at the start of each of your turns for the next minute, ignoring this result on subsequent rolls. Okay. A creature that is friendly towards you appears in a random unoccupied space. Creature is under the DM's control. Okay. For the next minute, you regain 5 HP. Got it. All good shit so far. Creatures have disadvantage on saving throws against the next spell you cast. Okay, sure. You are subjected to an effect that lasts for 1 minute unless its description says otherwise. Roll 1d8 to determine the effect. Even more randomness, okay? You're surrounded by faint ethereal music. Your size increases. You grow a long beard. You must shout. Illusory butterflies appear. An eye opens on your forehead. Pink bubbles float out of your mouth. Your skin turns a vibrant shade of purple. Okay. Either good things or flavor. For the next minute, all your spells will be cast down. You are transported to the astral plane until the end of your next turn. Then you return to the space previously occupied. I mean, that's not explicitly bad. That's pretty neutral. Could even be good in some cases. The next time you cast a spell that deals damage, don't roll the spell's damage dice for that damage. Instead, use the highest number. Okay, so it's like all good. You turn into a potted plant until the end of your next turn. While you're a plant, you have incapacitated. If you drop to 0, your pot breaks and your form reverts. I mean, this is kind of like the astral plane where it's neutral. And it's only until the start of your next turn. For the next minute, you can teleport. You and up to 3 creatures you choose within 30 feet have invisibility. Spectral shield hovers near you. Okay, so is it all just good? You cast a random spell. If the spell normally requires concentration, it doesn't require the concentration. Great. Roll a 1d10. But you get to... It's not like fireball on top of you. It's just a fireball that you get to cast. A flammable... Yeah. Oh, yeah, if you die within the next hour, you just don't. Sure. Okay, this is the first explicitly bad thing. At 69 to 72, you have the frightened condition. Good. You teleport. Sure. You get to choose, though. Okay. I guess it doesn't actually say you get to choose. I would actually like for some clarity on that. You teleport up to 60 feet to an unoccupied space of your choice that you can see, or you can see of your choice. Or if it's not of your choice, it should be of the DM's choice. A random creature within 60 feet of you has the poison condition. Okay. This one is kind of neutral, but it leans negative. You radiate a bright light. Any creature that ends its turn within 5 feet of you has the blinding condition. Okay. This is also neutral, but leans negative. So it seems like the negative conditions are higher. It seems. Up to 3 creatures of your choice. I should say. That you can see within 30 feet. Take a bunch of necrotic damage. Up to 3 creatures of your choice that you can see. Take lightning damage. You and all creatures within 30 feet of you have vulnerability. Negative, but also neutral, but leans negative. 1d6. A bunch of positive shit. All the effects of row 17 to 20 affect you simultaneously. Oh, yeah, all the flavor but good stuff. Okay, wow, yeah. So this is almost this entire list is so positive. Even on the negative ones, there is only one that I think is explicitly, purely negative. Everything else has the chance to go neutral, if not positive. It's just more likely to go negative. Like with the poisoned and the blinded. Because these are relying on the fact that you are probably you are probably within a close distance to more of your allies than your enemies, but that is not necessarily true. But these two are relying on that if you consider them negative. So they're more likely to be negative, but they're more neutral than anything else. And like these and this say of your choice, and it says up to. So if you're only within allies, this basically just fizzles. Unless I guess you want to do a bunch of damage to them for no reason. So yeah, wow, it is insanely broadly positive. With that in mind, these are significantly better. I'd say broadly, Wild Magic Sorcerer got a pretty substantial buff. Yeah. Potted Plant is iconic. I'm happy they kept it. Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely iconic. I agree. In fact, I would call them cowards for removing the you cast a fireball on top of yourself. I think that's a little cowardly, if you ask me. That was also iconic. My current gripe with the new table is Potted Plant is no longer on a 42, thus ruining the Hitchhiker's Guide reference that it always was. Yeah, that's fair. And it's kind of a random, like, reordering. Like, why is it not? I heard it was more positive, but damn. Yeah. These are all... the majority are positive, a minority are neutral, and exactly one is negative. And once you get that feature that lets you pick, you're basically never getting that negative one, ever. A lot of this feels I roll low, I win. I roll high, you lose. Yeah, a bit. Getting rid of Fireball on Self is my second gripe. Self Fireball was the best. Rest in peace, legend. Yeah. Honestly, I don't fuck with this. It should be more negative. I understand if they don't want it to be half and half. I get that. Because one of the reasons that I didn't like playing with Wild Magic Sorcerers at our table is the total, like, the 50-50 chance for it to just fuck with the rest of the party. And I think that was demonstrably not very fun for other players. But I think it should at least have more negative stuff. And even though I'm calling them cowards for removing the Self Fireball, I think that 69 to 72 is a great example of the type of things that I would like to have seen more of. Like, give yourself poisoned. Give yourself dazed. Give yourself slow. Reduce your own speed by 30. Knock yourself prone. Like, a bunch of risks that only affect the sorcerer, I think would be awesome. So I would really like to see quite a few of these replaced with things like 69 to 72. And even if it's still skewed positive, I think that this is too positive. I think it should be a little bit more negative. Because right now, there was already, like, the type of person that was playing Wild Magic Sorcerer was probably already rolling all the time. And now that you gave them control over it, they are always going to be rolling all of the time. And now there's nothing to even give them pause. Like, there's no reason for them to not roll on this table literally every single turn. It does not matter how risky of a situation they are in. The vast majority of the time, they are only going to improve their situation by rolling. So I would put in some more negatives and make the negatives almost exclusively self-targeted. Because I think that was the more annoying thing about 2014 Wild Magic Sorcerer, is that the negatives were externally targeted a lot of the time. And I think that made them less fun to play with. One of the cast spell type you can cast is Fly on an enemy by accident. In 2014 or in 2024? Oh! Okay. You know what? This is still neutral, but it actually leans positive for the exact same reasons that those other ones are neutral but lean negative. But this entire thing is more likely to be positive as well. But it would be hilarious, like, for example, in this, grease on self. Grease cast on your location or something. Great. Polymorph, if you fail the saving throw, you turn into a goat. That's great as well. This entire block is more likely to be positive. But this sort of thing is great. If you fail the saving throw, turn into a goat, put more of this sort of stuff. Because now there's a chance that it's negative for you, but still not necessarily for like your entire team. Yeah. It's a weird balancing act. If the effects are too tame, it's not worth playing the class. If they're too impactful, the session centers around the random table that warps every encounter around it. Yeah. But that is a roll on a roll. It is a roll on the roll, yeah. It also functionally fizzles if the enemy already flies. True. It's much more likely that an enemy flies than a friendly. Although, honestly, not that much more likely, so probably shouldn't even be taken into account. So yeah, I mean, there's aspects of this that I like. And I do like the removal of a lot of the things that fucked with your friends. Like, yeah, the fireball. Even though it's centered on yourself, it was fucking your friends a lot of the time. Confusion centered on yourself, fucking with your friends. Grease centered on yourself, fucking with your friends. Grease is a little bit less bad than confusion and fireball, though. Let's see. They took a lot of things and like centered them inside of other tables, which is kind of interesting. Oh, you teleport to up to 60 feet to an unoccupied space of your choice that you can see. So the only way that they changed this is removing of your choice. So I would say that the implication of that now is that it's of the DM's choice, not yours. Maximize the damage. Your age changes. There's a bunch of flumps. Honestly, it wasn't that bad before. I'm kind of looking. I remember this being more balanced, of being like simultaneously like bad for you, bad for them. But it's actually it's largely good for you before. Yeah, interesting. I definitely remember this differently. Huh. You touch isn't being worn by another character. Burst into flames. For a nice minute. Up to 3 creatures you choose. Each creature... Oh, this is each creature within 30 feet of you. Is that the same? I think in this one it's of your choice. So I think they made that a little bit better. Yeah, man, maybe my opinion of this was super warped by the like confusion on yourself and the I think my opinion might have been warped by like the fireball on yourself and the confusion on yourself. Because largely this is also each creature within 30 feet of you, not 3 creatures of your choice. Yeah, interesting. Oh, this is also you and all creatures within 30 feet of you. So much more bad. Yeah, wow. Okay. This actually wasn't as negative as I was remembering it. It might be similarly negative. This might be slightly more positive. Mostly because of the fireball on self-removal. Which is interesting. It's actually not that much different. Don't forget the braid. A lot of the bad things are really just bad because of lost opportunity. Things like aesthetic changes to yourself really aren't bad, but feel bad because you wanted something good. That's true. That's definitely accurate. Yeah. Yeah. Interesting. We'll have to see. We'll have to see how this plays out. I was supposed to take a break like 20 minutes ago, and I do have to pee. So I'm gonna do that now, and we will be right back. See you in a second. Goodbye. What up? Hello. How are we today? How are you? Let's hide that. And let's get back into it. I forgot that I hadn't played music. So I needed to. We already looked through Warlock. It's great. It's just better. It's better thematically, usability-wise, power-wise. Everything about it's better. So I love it. It's also hilarious that you can now pick all of the packs or none of them theoretically. Like you could pick one and then swap it out on a different level. Hilarious. And all of the packs are better. So yeah, Warlock, crazy, good, amazing. It's still my baby. I'm glad they didn't fuck with it too much. I do think it would have been interesting for them to, for like the packs to switch your casting stat. I think that could have been interesting. But them just saying, hey, invocations are the cool thing about this class. Let's dive even more into invocations. Let's make the pact boons invocations. Let's give you more. I ain't gonna fucking argue with that. Because that is exactly the sort of thing I've been saying that I want out of a lot of classes, is for them to have a distinct identity, and Warlock so has that, and they just leaned into it even more. So I can only give Warlock a win. Let's see Wizard. Confused. That that would be a funny one. I think it's a little too meta, but so I don't think they would actually end up doing it, but that is funny. Okay. Wizard, the science guy. Is gonna be interesting. What I want to see out of Wizard, especially given that Wizard was kind of like Cleric before, where the base class was kind of nothing, and their subclasses were there and were defining, but they had their main shtick was that they had so fucking many subclasses. Like, they were just spoiled for choice in terms of subclasses. And then in Cleric's case, they had an intense amount of power in their casting, and they got a lot of AC. So they were the very upfront melee caster. And then Wizard just got a fuckload of spells that they knew. The Wizard's class identity was, hey, I know a fuckload of spells. And then I get to be a little bit custom with my subclass choice. That was the Wizard's identity. Frankly, while it was distinct, which is my like main criteria, didn't love it as an identity. It was fine. Now that they only have 4, like, I think that Cleric did some things to maintain their identity within their main class. So I think that Wizard will need some stuff in their main class, especially given that their subclasses were so, like, they were tied to the amount of magical schools that there were. Which, number one, terrible looking forward. Terrible forward-looking philosophy. You use up all your options immediately, and then they had to go off theme for the next ones. But beyond that, I do think that it was actually kind of restrictive to the subclass design. Because they all had kind of this like very similar, this very samey feel. In terms of the identity that I'd like to see Wizard have, I would like for them to be able to interact with spells in a way that no one else can. So Sorcerer makes all of their spells more powerful, more flexible. Their innate spellcasting now gives them like a rage-like ability that makes all of their spells more likely to land. I would like for Wizards to have a similar thing, but to go even stranger with it. Like, I'd like for them to be able to like modify like spell levels, or fucking, this would be so sick. The one D&D had like spell crafting on the Wizard, where they could like permanently modify and improve their spells. That would be so dope. If a Wizard could spend a bunch of time, or let's not even put it in like a time or a gold cost scenario, because that's too setting and campaign dependent. Let's put it as like a once per level. Like a once per level thing. They can take one of their spells and they can modify it in some way, improve it in some way. And it's improved or modified permanently. I think that would be so sick. I think that would be so sick. It would be a super distinct identity. That's the sort of thing I would like to see. We'll see. Wizards becoming a wizard. I should check. They don't have anything crazy here, right? D6, intelligence and wisdom. Simple weapons, no. Armor training, cool. All right. It was my favorite change in UA to the wizard. It was so cool. It was so cool. I don't think they like nailed it. Because it was like gold based and there was a couple of other things, but it was such a cool idea. Okay, let's see. Spell casting. I should also check. So cantrips, prepared spells, nothing else. Okay. Cantrips. Yep. All the same. Or maybe not the same, but just like they're tweaking numbers, maybe. Your spell book. Your wizardly apprenticeship culminated in the creation of a unique book, your spell book. It is a tiny object that weighs 3 pounds, contains 100 pages. Very specific number? Okay, wait. What if the number of pages in your spell book was your class resource? So you could modify spells in certain ways, but it takes an increasing number of pages, and each spell on its own takes up 1 page? That would be cool. I don't know. This could be totally just flavor, could be totally random. But the fact that they are defining how many pages it has is so restrictive to flavor that it makes me feel like it's mechanically necessary. But we'll see. And can be read only by you or someone casting Identify. Sure. You determine the book's appearance and materials such as gilt-edged tome or collection of vellum bound with twine. The book contains the level 1 plus spells you know. It starts with 6 level 1 wizard spells of your choice. Whenever you gain a wizard level after 1, add 2 wizard spells of your choice to your spellbook. Classic. Each of these spells must be of a level for which you have spell slots, as shown in the wizard features table. The spells are the culmination of arcane research you do regularly. Spell slots. The wizard features table shows how many spell slots you have to cast your level 1 spells. You regain all expended spell slots when you finish a long rest. Sure. You prepare a list of level 1 spells that are available for you to cast with this feature. To do so, choose 4 spells from your spellbook. The chosen spells must be of a level for which you have spell slots. The number of spells on your list prepare the list of level 1. Okay. On your list increases you gain wizard spell levels, as shown in the prepared spells column of the wizard features table. Whenever that number increases, choose additional wizard spells until the number of spells on the list matches the number in the table. The chosen spells must be of a level for which you have a spell slot for. For example, if you're a level 3 wizard, your list of prepared spells can include 6 spells of level 1 and 2 in any combination chosen from your spellbook. If another wizard feature gives you spells that you always have prepared, those spells don't count. Changing. Whenever you finish a long rest, you can change your list of prepared spells, replacing any of the spells there with spells from your spellbook. So, they're just like worse than Bard? Am I understanding that right? They're just worse, right? Like, what's the list? Whenever you no, sorry, not Bard. Is it Cleric? They're just still a prepared caster, whereas everyone else is a known caster. Is anyone else a prepared caster? I thought there was. I thought it was like was it Cleric or Druid? Yeah, okay. So Cleric is just... Oh, wait. Oh, no, it's the same. Okay, so this is just how all prepared casters was. I didn't read this first part of Cleric. So they all have a limited... Yeah, okay. I guess that makes sense. So they're all... Okay, so they're just prepared casters. They're just prepared casters. Okay. The whole prepared spells thing is still throwing me off with like the known versus prepared debate. My scribe wizard will be very sad if the size of the book matters. I know. We'll see. Oh, hey, an actual prep caster, not known caster using the word prep. I know. That's why I had to like fucking find one. Okay. Intelligence. You can use an arcane focus as your spellcasting focus. Oh, you can use an arcane focus or your spellbook. Sure. Expanding and replacing a spellbook. The spells you add to your spellbook as you gain levels reflect your ongoing magical research, but you might find other spells during your adventures. Right. That's part of the point of Wizard. Copying a spell into the book. Well, no, actually, wait. They are just worse. Wait. They are just worse. Why did I back off of that? They're worse. They're worse than Cleric. In terms of prepared caster. They're just a worse prepared caster. Because clerics can choose spells from their entire spell list. Whereas wizards can only choose a list based off of spells from their spellbook. So they're just worse. That's okay. So they're worse. They're worse. We can, okay. If they have other stuff going on, then that's fine. Do they have other stuff going on? Is the question. Copying a spell into the book. This used to just take, an amount of time and gold. When you find a level 1 spell, you can copy it into the spell book. For each level of the spell, the transcription takes 2 hours and costs 50 GP. Sure. Fine, yeah. Copying the book. You can copy a spell from your spellbook into another book. This is like copying a new spell into your spellbook, but faster, since you already know how to cast the spell. You need to spend only 1 hour and 10 GP for each level of the copied spell. If you lose your spellbook, you can use the same procedure to transcribe the wizard spells you've prepared into a new spellbook. Man, I mean... This is fine. I don't think it's going to change anything. Like, Wizards still seems to want for Wizards to be able to lose their spellbook, right? If you lose your spellbook. They have a whole insert about it, essentially. So they consider that. Part of the fundamental design of Wizards is that this spellbook is this ongoing cumulative resource that you might lose or it might get destroyed or whatever. But you're as a DM, if my wizard is like 10th level, they are going to have, what is it? Like bare minimum, they are going to have 6 plus 2 times 9, 18. So they're going to have 24. So I'm going to ask them, I'm going to take their spellbook from them, or I'm going to set up a situation that does. And then I'm going to say, shucks, buddy. Hey, all you need to do is spend 24 hours and 10 GP. And that is only to get back the list that you have prepared. That doesn't even count the ones that you had in there but didn't have prepared. Suck eggs. You have to find those again. Or they have to preempt all of that by spending that time and gold beforehand and then carrying around a copy, which is wasted time and money if I don't do the bad thing to them. So now, to justify them spending that time and money, I have to now do a bad thing to them. What? I guess it's like shoot your monks. It is encourage your wizards to make a backup so that you can steal it. But the thing about shoot your monks is that the monk does not have to preemptively spend time and money for you to feel okay shooting them. I don't know. This to me totally misunderstands what the problem was with replacing spellbooks. Totally misunderstands it. So I don't know. Isn't that the same as 2014? I don't think that copying is in 2014. If I remember correctly, I could be remembering incorrectly. But I'm fairly certain that copying was not an explicit mechanic. It was only kind of implied. But let's see. I'm honestly not sure. Ritual casting, learning spells, your spell book. Copying a spell into the book. Deciphering for each. Okay, wait, no. You can copy. Okay, yeah, so it's the same. It's the same. So they did, yeah, so they kept it the same. Yeah. Yeah, they kept it the same. So it still is. I actually thought that the copying thing was new. It's the same. So yeah, it just maintains the issue. I'm never going to do that. I'm just never going to do that to them. It's so weird to assume that I would. Honestly. It is. Where do they reference getting your spellbook? Do they mention it being 100 pages? Nope. They don't mention it being 100 pages. Why is it 100 pages? Let's see. Isn't that? Yeah. Never saw that happen, but the Reddit has those DM stories. Yeah. I was talking about the prep from Cleric versus Wizard. Oh, yeah. It's still, yeah. Yep. Yeah, it's still the same. I am rediscovering why I don't love Wizard. Because I've in all of the campaigns that I've DM'd, I've never had a Wizard player, and I have never played in a campaign that had a Wizard. And except for one where I played a Wizard in like a 3-session little mini series. So I don't have a firm recollection or I don't have a good understanding of like the progression. Like I was never finding spell scrolls, right? I didn't interact with that part of the class. But yeah, so they're worse prepared casters, and the spell book is not accomplishing what they want it to accomplish. Like at this point, just allow them to resummon it for free, or just like to replicate it for free. I don't. It doesn't make any sense to me. Yeah. I don't get it. I mean, I know that the whole deal was that they could wait, is that different? Copying a spell into a book. Wait. No, that Wait. Copying a spell into a book. Where's the book? Learning. Okay, no, that's the same. Okay. Yeah, I mean the whole thing with Wizards just used to be that they had the biggest spell list. So if they put in this time and gold, they could get access to more spells than anyone else. And with the old prepared calculation, I don't know if it's the same here. They could prepare more spells than anyone else. But I think that's the same here. Let me see the cleric. Yeah, I mean they get 3 more prepared spells than cleric. I don't know. Yeah. We're on Wizard now. Ritual Adept. You can cast any spell as a ritual if that spell has the ritual tag. You needn't have the spell prepared, but you must read from the book to cast a spell this way. Does Cleric have that? Oh. Could clerics cast ritual spells in 2014? Wait, who were ritual casters in 2014? I think it was like, was it like Bard and Druid? Bard was a ritual caster, right? Yeah, okay. Bard was a ritual caster. Are they still? Oh. Whoa. Oh. Can wizards still get spells from other classes? They could not get spells from other classes before. To be clear. Yeah, your spell book. When you find a wizard spell of first level or higher, this is 2014. So they couldn't get other classes spells before, unless that's maybe an Order of the Quill or Order of Scribes thing. So, is Druid a ritual caster, or what were they, and are they not now? Druid had ritual casting. Oh. They took ritual casting away from other people. Oh, fuck. I didn't notice that when I was looking through the other ones. But they nerfed, like, Druid and Bard. Oh, shit. I think that everyone can ritual cast their spells, but they need to be prepared. Oh. Okay. Wait. Okay, so maybe I'm wrong. Okay. Wait, let's go see. You can cast any spell that has the ritual tag and the spell is in your spell book. You needn't have the spell prepared. But they turned everyone into ritual casters? Here, let me go to the rules glossary. Ritual. If you have a spell prepared that has the ritual tag, you can cast that spell as a ritual. Got it. Oh, so that's actually... we found an even further buff to Warlock. Okay. And a buff to Cleric. Okay, so everyone's a ritual caster now. Wizard is just a better ritual caster. So... everyone else has to have the ritual spell prepared. Wizards get all of their ritual spells all the time, so they just never need to prepare any that they only plan on casting as a ritual. Okay, that's cool. You know, that's cool. That works it in with their spell book. It gives... the spell books, you know, like putting things into the spell book, but then not preparing them, a little bit of extra utility. Okay. I'm into that. Okay. You know, honestly, I'll be real. If I had found out that no one else got ritual casting, I would also be cool with it. That would be insane. I would have been surprised that I didn't hear riots in the streets. But I think that them being better at ritual casting is thematically appropriate. I think it's cool. I think it's a better leaning into their... I think it's a better way of leaning into their identity. Yeah. Interesting. Wizard is kind of the 2014 Wild Magic Sorcerer problem where getting the thing, in this case lots of spells, is predicated on the DM's actions. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, interesting. Apparently, spellbook equipment in 514 specified 100 pages, so not a change, but not sure why they not only kept it, but made it easier to find and doubled down on a weirdly specific detail. That is weirdly specific. Yeah. Huh. Strange. Is there an official name for the 5e system, like 5.5, or is it just 5e24? There's no official name for it. Wizards of the Coast has explicitly said that it's not 5.5. Like people like they've been asked in interviews, is this 5.5? Can we just call it 5.5? And they have said no. So anyone calling it 5.5 is doing it because, I mean, it fucking makes sense. It should be 5.5. But the Wizards of the Coast will say this is still 5th edition. It is just the 2024 Player's Handbook. So Wizards of the Coast is going to insist this is just regular 5e. I have been using the abbreviations 5.24 or 524. And I've been using the abbreviation 5.14 or 514 for the old edition. So the short answer is no, but an annoyed no. And people are referencing it as basically a new edition because it might as well be. Arcane the Recovery. You regain some of your magical energy when you finish a short rest. You can choose expended spell slots to recover. I think this is the same as their old level 2 ability, right? No, it's the same as their level 1. All right. Cool. No more. If you're a level 4 wizard, you can, yeah, okay. Squalor. When studying magic, you also specialized in another field of study. Choose one of the following skills to which you have proficiency. You have expertise in the chosen skill. Huh. Okay. I wouldn't have expected it, but I guess I don't hate it. It's not. Yeah, all right. It's not. Okay. Sure. Wizard subclass. You gain a wizard subclass of your choice. The Abjurer, the Diviner, the Evoker, the Illusionist. A class is a specialization that grants you features 4, 8, 12, and 16. Same. Memorize spell. Whenever you finish a short rest, you can study your spell book and replace one of the level 1 wizard spells you have prepared for your spellcasting feature with another spell from the book. Sure. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I'm down with that. Yeah, totally. And then spell mastery is the same, I think. Oh, but they just made spell mastery even more flexible. Did that used to be? Oh no, it's the 18th level. Okay. You can cast those at their lowest level without expending a spell slot when you have them prepared. This is after 8 hours in study. You can exchange. So I think that's basically the same. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, the same. Epic Boon, classic. Signature spells. You always have these spells prepared. You can cast them once at level 3. I think this is also the same. Yeah. Huh. Is a way to the community to reference what they are talking about. Yeah. Not the same, only action spells. Oh. Oh. So a slight nerf. Oh, actually, no, not even a slight nerf. Because it also means that you can't do it with anything that has a longer, like a bonus action or anything longer than an action. Oof. Really? I mean, my basic reaction is why. It's a level 1 and a level 2 spell. Seems, I don't know, random to restrict it like that. But sure. All right. Signature spells. Okay. So you know what? Most people use this to shield and Misty Step. Now you can't. I mean, I guess I don't see anything wrong with using it for shield and Misty Step. I mean, it's only the lowest level. Actually, okay. Okay, I can see why that's a problem. Okay, especially the shield. Oh, okay, yeah. All right, that's fine. Yeah. Rip Abjure cheese. Yeah. I'm neutral on the wizard base shenanigans. I mean, it is level 18. It's kind of like meh, but I guess I get it. I like the subclass updates though. Yeah, I mean the rest of the class was basically untouched. Like it's relatively untouched, at least. Ritual Adept leans into the spell book. Memorize Spell leans into the spell book. So, I mean, overall, I think they tiptoed in the direction that I would want. Lean more into the spellbook, do more interesting things with things in the spellbook. But yeah, I don't know. It's fine. Slight improvements, minor improvements. Let's see the subclasses. I'm hoping for slightly more unique subclasses since they did not include, all of them. Abjurer. Abjuration Savant. Choose 2 wizard spells from the Abjuration School, each of which must be no higher than level 2, and add them to your spellbook for free. In addition, whenever you gain access to a new level of spell slots in this class, you can add 1 wizard spell from the Abjuration School to your spellbook for free. Okay, I mean, better and cooler than the Abjuration School originally. Yeah, better and cooler, but the only but I'll throw on there. This now feels kind of weird, given that not every school has a subclass. This feels slightly odd. I would have kind of just rather them like move away from the Savant features. Just kind of leave them at the door. It's better, I think, than like it's more usable. It's overall better than the Savant in 2014. But I would have rather them just left it at the door. That is the base to all subclasses. I know, but there's only 4 of them now, which is strange to me. It's like, it was the base of all of the 514 classes as well, but now there's only 4 of them.
Take a break.
I am going to take a break really quick. I gotta go talk to Paige. And then we'll look through the rest of the subclasses. But yeah, just odd given the meta context. Like, if I compare Abjure 524 to Abjure 514, I think it's an improvement. But given the context, it's weird to me. So, I'll leave you with that, and I'll be right back. Boop. Yeah. I don't know where Paige was, so I might have to take another break later. But we'll see. I think they want to make sure you have those spells to use your features. I mean, if you're if you're planning on being an abjuration wizard, I would kind of assume you would take wizard spells. I don't know. I mean, it all, like, I think, like, my problem with it is that it's so school related that it doesn't leave, like, designs room for the other, like for, like, Order of Scribes, or it's not that it doesn't leave design room. It's just that those have to now, like, break the formula, which isn't bad, I guess, but it's more like there's no necromancy school. You know what I'm saying? So unless the entire rest of the subclass is totally the same, you still can't port a 14 subclass in. You know what I'm saying? Like, unless that is the only change, the Savant bit. If the Savant bit is the only thing that's changed, then yeah, you could probably easily port a 14 class in. But if there's anything else different, it's less of you being able to port it in and just like you just taking this and back porting it. And at that point, like, why not just publish all of... I don't know. That one's... I don't know. I don't know. I don't like it. Yeah, I think it's a consequence of being backwards forwards compatible 524 and not 6. I mean, it doesn't have to be, though. Like, you don't need this feature. Just like straight up, it's just not necessary. Wizards know at the point that you level up to level 3, you are gaining 2 spells at that time, and you have you start with 6, and you gained 2 at level 2, and then 2 at level 3. So you have 10 spells. And if you are looking just a tiny bit forward, and you've thought about which subclass you want, you would know which spells you want to take. I don't know. Yeah, it's just strange to me. It's a very strange thing. Imagine if Wizard had a subclass based on the MTG color graph, and each subclass had a grouping of magical schools they specialized in. Had a grouping of schools. So, like white wizard, red wizard, blue wizard, green wizard, black wizard. Could be interesting. Could be more interested in that. Yeah. Yeah, where it's like, then there's only 5, and then they're like mixing and matching the schools. That could be kind of interesting. I don't know. In general, I prefer the flavoring and the theming of all of the non-school-based wizards. I've always found the school-based wizards to be a little bit odd. And when I saw that they were only doing Abjure, Diviner, Evoker, Illusionist, I was like, oh, they'll just give it features that are reminiscent of those schools. They won't be directly interacting with the school of a spell. But then they immediately do. And so I'm kind of like, meh, okay. But let's see. Arcane Ward. You can weave magic around yourself for protection. When you cast an abjuration spell with a spell slot, you can simultaneously use a strand of the spell's magic to create a magical ward. I think this is the same. I mean, let me scroll down really quick. Arcane Ward. An abjuration spell of 1st level or higher. Abjuration spell with a spell slot, sure. You can simultaneously use a strand. The ward has a hit point maximum equal to twice your wizard level plus int. Twice your wizard level plus int. Whenever you take damage, the ward takes the damage instead. If you have any resistances or vulnerabilities, apply them before reducing the ward's hit points. If the damage reduces it to 0, you take any remaining damage. While it has 0, it can't absorb damage, but its magic remains. Okay. Good. I mean, I would have assumed the whole resistances and vulnerabilities thing, but it's a good clarifier to make. And then whenever you cast an abjuration spell, it regains a number of hit points equal to twice the level of the spell. Oh, I see. Okay. So it's your first... I see. So if you don't have the ward, it starts... I see. Right. Okay. The ward regains a number of hit points equal to twice the level of the spell slot. Alternatively, as a bonus action, you can expend a spell slot, and the ward regains a number of hit points equal to twice the level of the spell slot expended. Okay. This, once you create a ward, you can't create it again until you finish a long rest. This is more what I was expecting. Like, when I say that I was expecting for the subclasses to be themed, and when I say expecting, would have preferred, I was expecting them to have this sort of thing, where it's a themed ability around the idea of abjuration, but you can just, like, expend a spell slot to just do it without it having to be a specifically abjuration-based spell, which it doesn't. It has to be to create it, but then it doesn't have to be to maintain it, but it's going to naturally regen when you're casting abjuration spells. Or you can just burn a spell slot to up it. Yeah, I don't know. Meh. I mean, I will again put it out there. I already found all of the 2014 wizard subclasses to be very meh, and I was never interested in playing any of them. The only one that I thought was interesting, and it's also the most powerful, was the Diviner. I thought that the Diviner's portent was cool. It wasn't related to divination spells in any way. It was very strong. So I was wanting all things like portent, where they aren't related to actual spells from the school. They're just reminiscent of those spells. At least with the school-based wizards, there wouldn't be 15 billion subclasses anymore, yeah. Now you have to use a spell slot players use to take Eldritch Adept and that Armor of Shadow, which would allow you to fill all your wards for free. Yeah. Yeah, which is insane. Whenever you cast an abjuration spell, yeah. Yeah, that's a hole in the wording. Obviously not Rye. I mean, those sorts of things, I don't know. When people do that sort of cheese with these sorts of features, where that is, to me, so clearly and obviously not rules as intended, I probably would have just, like, not allowed that at my table. But it's definitely worth putting in clarifying language when you have the chance. Yeah, interesting. Anyways, projected ward. When a creature you can see within 30 feet of yourself takes damage, you can use a reaction to cause your arcane ward to absorb that damage. Yup. Okay. Spellbreaker. Because I think that's almost the exact same. Yeah. This was improved abjuration. Begin at 10th level when you cast an abjuration spell that requires you to make an ability check. Oh. Weird. Okay. This was 2014, to be clear. Spellbreaker. Great. You always have counterspell and dispel magic spells prepared. In addition, you can cast Dispel Magic as a bonus action, and you can add your proficiency bonus to its ability check. Was Dispel Magic? No, it wasn't. Okay. Huh. When you cast... The dog barking. I might have to go and say something to the dogs. When you cast either spell, the spell slot, that slot isn't expended if the spell fails to stop a spell. Okay. Okay. If this feature was related to anything besides counterspell, I would probably love it. So I'm going to try to think about it in that mindset. Where, like, if you keep Dispel Magic, you sub out Counterspell, you make it a different spell, this is a cool ability. It's thematic. It doesn't require that you, like, separately cast abjuration spells, like, over here. It just gives you the spells. It just says you always have them prepared. Congratulations. And it makes them better. That's cool. I don't like Counterspell, so I don't like this feature, but that's my own personal thing. Counterspell and maybe Dispel Magic have been changed. Counterspell is so different now. Oh, okay, well, maybe I'll end up liking it. I guess we'll see. Bird, cool it. Cool yourself down. Okay, it's a reaction, it's 3rd level, it's You attempt to interrupt a creature in the process of casting a spell. The creature makes a con saving throw. On a failed save, the spell dissipates with no effect, and the action, bonus action, or reaction used to cast it is wasted. If that spell was cast with a spell slot, the slot isn't expended. I mean, that seems cleaner and less go fuck yourself. So, I mean, let me directly compare the two, because so far that's like it's still a spell that I don't love, but it seems better. Like better, or not actually better. Like not like literally like more powerful, but I like it more because it's less annoying. Counter spell. Basic rules. Counter spell. You attempt to interrupt. If the creature is casting a spell of 3rd level or lower, its spell fails and has no effect. Yeah, I pretty massively prefer the new one. I mean, top comment summarizes it. Automatic countering, I think, is lame. I don't like automatic countering, so them taking that out is I'm down with. I still don't like it in base conception. I don't think there's a way that they can make counterspell to where I'll like it, because the entire concept of it I don't like. But they took out the automatic part of it, which was my biggest problem with it. So yeah, I personally prefer this. I personally prefer that pretty heavily. Still strong, but not as broken. I don't even... It's tough to even call Counterspell broken. It just was what it was. I don't know. It was not... I was not a fan, let's say. If a caster uses a level 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and you counterspell it, the spell slot isn't used. They just cast it next turn. I don't know, maybe just me. Yeah. That's fine with me. Like I think that the spell slot getting used, Like, I try to imagine when I'm evaluating these spells, these types of spells, these, like, really, not like it's not like an apply a status spell. It's not like a debuff spell. It is a prevent you from acting spell. I think about Tasha's Mind Whip. Slow. The opposite of haste. Right? And I mean, it says right here, damage effect, negation. Any sort of negation spell, I think about how annoying would it be if it were cast on a player. And this counterspell fucking sucks. if it's cast on a player. They are like wasting a spell slot. They're wasting their entire turn, probably. And it's just totally for free. You can rely on it as an enemy spellcaster all the time. This is basically just making them do like a fucking concentration check. And if that spell was cast with the spell slot isn't extended. Like if I think about doing this one to one of my players, it's like, I wasted my turn, but at least my resources aren't reduced. I think that was like a big thing, is this counterspell was like a trade up mechanic where you could just cast it, and for many situations, you are automatically trading up. You are burning one of your spell slots to prevent the adversary from burning from better utilizing their resources. Which I think was it's lame if you think about it happening to a player. I think this one's I like this one more. What do you think of the new exhaustion rules? I might mess with the numbers a little bit, but in pure base concept, I like it a lot. It's way better than 514 exhaustion. Mountains better than 514. In my mind, I'm comparing it to the 1D&D exhaustion that we got pretty early on in the playtest, where it was like 10 levels. Right now, my only real issue with 524's exhaustion is that there's only 6 levels. I'd like for us to be able to get a little bit deeper into the sauce. But I think it's interesting that it affects speed. I think that's good. So overall, gets a thumbs up from me. I will be using it instead of 514. But I might end up modifying it slightly. Like I might mess with the numbers very slightly. Like add more levels, but maybe make it scale a little bit differently. Also got a huge nerf in the fact that con is the highest average save on monsters. Yeah. Well, I mean, you say that. It's the highest average save on monsters in 514. I think that's fair to evaluate it like that because we don't have access to the monster manual yet, but we don't know if that will be maintained in 524's monster manual. So we'll have to see. Maybe that'll still be true. Maybe it won't. But comparing it to the 514 monster manual, it's definitely true. The con save as the MM14, most spellcasters have good cons, so the reliability isn't as good. Yeah. Agreed. I mean, I'm not if if I had my way, I would just delete counterspell from the game. So any amount of nerfing I'm fine with. I like that they got rid of the automagic negation and made it all a saving throw. But I don't think there's a way that you can write this that I like it. So yeah, that's fine. My favorite version of counterspell is when the enemy caster is dead, can't cast spell if not alive. Yeah. I agree. Anyways, so I don't know. This is fine. It's fine. Spell resistance. You have advantage on saving throws against spells, and you have resistance to the damage of spells. Yeah. Cool capstone. I mean, not capstone, but like tier 3 subclass thing. Same thing? Yeah, okay. So they really didn't mess with it much. They really just messed with Spellbreaker, and they made some slight modifications to Arcane Ward, and they made Abjuration Savant better. All right, cool. Diviner. Divination Savant. Choose 2 wizard spells from the Divination School, each of which must be no higher than level 2, and add them to your spellbook for free. Okay, so same shit. Portend. Glimpses of the future begin to press on your awareness. Roll 2 d20s. Please do not fuck with this in any way. I love Portent. You must choose. Perfect. Yeah. Portent's awesome. They didn't fuck with it. I love it. I think they might have added this caveat, but that's fair. Or they might not have. I can't remember the text exactly. I like Counterspell as a world-building tool. In a world with magic, I believe most casters would try to fuck with other spellcasters. I think that's a fair statement. I think that's fair. Within the fiction and the role play of fictional stories where these capabilities exist, I do think that it makes sense. Like, it is very verisimilitudinous to assume that something like Counterspell would exist. But I think if we go to kind of the other half of TTRPGs, of the mechanics, I don't like it within the mechanical game space of D&D. So I think that's fair. I think that's a super fair thing to say, that you like it in terms of the fiction. I think that totally makes sense. But I think that to me, it doesn't fit enough mechanically that I would rather see it gone. My thing with Counterspell is I think it should be higher level. Like, everyone would still take it as a 5th or 6th level spell. They absolutely would. But I think that's, like, again, that's kind of the... It's kind of the overarching problem at the end of the day. Is, like, again, I think Counterspell will still get taken by non-abjuration wizards. I think it will still exist. I think it will still get used. I think it's just, like, a philosophically. I don't see me liking it within 5e. I don't really think there's anything they could do to it. They would either make it like a 9th level and it's useless compared to everything else, or they make it some level in between where it transitions out of being useless, and once it's useful, I don't like it anymore. So I don't know. Yeah. I just think that's just kind of the end of it, unfortunately. Expert Divination. Casting divination spells comes so easily to you that it expends only a fraction of your spellcasting efforts. When you cast a divination spell using a second level 2 plus spell slot, you regain 1 expended spell slot. The slot you regain must be of a lower level than the slot you expended and can't be higher than level 5. That's cool. I still don't love that it's related to like the specific schools, but it's cool. If they're gonna do that, it's a cool feature. Is it similar to what they did in here? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. You can increase your powers of perception. Because I will say, the reason that I think this is cool to expound a bit more, and why I'm, probably glad that they didn't change it, is that divination is almost always going to be used outside of combat in less resource-intense scenarios. And so for a class where you want them to be able to use their divining spells more often, like you don't want them to restrict it to times when like resources kind of don't matter, like shopping sessions or something like that. If you want them to be able to more fluidly work it into a normal day when they are essentially expending resources that might have been used in like a later combat, giving them this sort of feature means that they can still use their fun, cool divination spells and not be practically nerfed during combat. It really lowers the or it makes the ease of access of those spells a lot higher. So yeah, that's why I think it's cool. I would still not prefer it, but if they're going to lean into that sort of stuff, it's cool. I don't use CS as a DM because of the feels bad man of players losing a turn. Yeah. Yep. Now isn't a must in most tables. Yeah, that's true. It isn't a must at most tables. Like I'm not going to get told that I'm bad and wrong for not taking it. But I still don't see it as a good, like if I think Ross kind of put it the way that I think about it. If I will never use it as a DM, which I never would. I never have used Counterspell as a DM. I never will. If I would never use it as a DM, I kind of think it shouldn't exist. Not to say that DMs need to have all the fun too. But if it feels so bad when applied to characters that I will never use it, I think that fucks with the verisimilitude of my world. It's like if it's going to exist in the world, but it feels so bad mechanically that I can't justify using it, then I don't want it to exist. I would rather have it not exist. Now, I think that the new version is a lot closer to something I might use. Like I think it still is, I don't fuck with it, but I could now at least see myself using it. So I wouldn't just like totally delete it. But still. Similar problem with Silvery Barbs. Yep. Yeah, again, if I would not feel comfortable, like Tasha's Mind Whip, I would feel comfortable doing Tasha's Mind Whip to a player. Because it reduces the amount of things that they can do, but they can still go. So I would absolutely mind whip a player, but I wouldn't counterspell them. So that's the mental gymnastics that I run through. The third eye, you can increase your powers of perception. I don't delete it from my games when a player uses CS is awesome. Oh, sorry. To clarify my speech. So that I'm totally understood. I've never banned Counterspell. I would prefer it if it were deleted, but I've never banned my players from taking it. Now, I will admit that my players all have a similar thought process to me that we have arrived at independently. So none of my players have ever taken Counterspell. So I've never had to deal with the implications of it being used because we all think pretty similar thoughts about it. But I would never ban it at one of my tables. So I shouldn't have used the word like delete from my worlds. It certainly still exists, but if a player never brings it up, it never gets brought up. The third eye. You can increase your powers of perception as a bonus action. Choose one of the following benefits, which lasts until you start a short or long rest. You can't use this feature again until you finish a short or long rest. You gain dark vision with a range of 120 feet. I would prefer if this did the thing that other classes have done, where it's like, oh, you gain a dark vision with this many feet. If you already have dark vision, it extends by this many feet. I think like Umbral I think Gloomstalker had a feature like that. Seems like they just They just modified this number. But I would much rather it add on however many feet they want to existing dark vision or give you dark vision. You can read any language. Sick. See invisibility. You can cast see invisibility without expending spell slot. Sick. Okay. Yeah, sick. Greater portent. Roll 3 d20s for your portent feature rather than 2. Bet. Yeah, portent is cool. Yeah. Hell yeah. I think here's the other thing that I'll say about why I like divination more is that at least greater portent pretends to like combo within itself. And I like arcane ward as related to projected ward. These two are just kind of thrown in there, which is fine. Like on both of these, and if you watched my last stream, you'll know kind of what I'm getting at. It's like I like that portent and greater portent work together. I like that projected ward and arcane ward work together. My favorite, not sorcerer, my favorite warlock subclass, the great old one. All of its features worked together in some way. They like all built off of each other, which I think is good. So I would prefer if all of the features kind of wrapped back to each other or connected to each other in some way. But I like that at least portent gets the enhancement there. What up, Pharaoh? Evoker Savant does the same thing. Potent cantrip. Your damaging cantrips affect even creatures that avoid the brunt effect. When you cast a cantrip at a creature and you miss, or they succeed on the saving throw, the target takes half the cantrip's damage, but suffers no additional effect. Did I arrive as we were talking about in divination wizards? You did. Well, we just moved on. Or at least I moved on. They moved down potent cantrip. Okay. Oh, I'm also... That's wild. That when a creature succeeds on a saving throw against your cantrip, the creature takes half but suffers no additional. Actually insane that this didn't include the attack roll. Like, to me, that's like, just like... Yeah. Yeah, this makes way more sense. Good addition. Divination wizards are my favorite. You would have to rewind. I'm pretty meh on them. Well, actually, sorry, that's not true. I like divination wizards because I like portent. Portent is the only thing that would ever get me to play a 2014 wizard. And so far, it's the only thing that's going to make me play a 2024 wizard. I'm pretty meh on wizards. But they're definitely I think compared to 2014, everything's improved from what I can tell. Everything's improved. It's more usable, in some cases more powerful, unless you're doing cheese. So it all seems like improvements to me, but not enough to make me play them. Sculpt spells. You can create pockets of relative safety within the effects of your evocations. When you cast an evocation spell that affects other creatures that you can see, you choose a number of them equal to 1 plus the spell's level. I think this is the same. The chosen creatures automatically save and take no damage. I think this is the same. They just kind of swapped the potent cantrip and sculpt spell levels, which, by the way, just makes sense. This switching these two makes total sense. So yeah, totally. Is Warlock still the best class always of all time? Pfft. Like, in terms of what I want to play, I don't know, man. It might be too powerful now. I'm gonna be dead ass with y'all. Warlock might actually be, I might find it a little too strong. Especially goo. I don't know. Probably not. It's probably not that strong to put me off of it. It's not. I don't think it's the strongest class. Man, is it? Is it still the class that I want to play most? Like, if I think about all of the ones that I've looked at so far, and I've gotten most of the way through Wizard, is it the class I want to play most? Probably. My interest in Druid went up, but not that much. My interest in Fighter was already high, and I would say increased. The only one that I was considering was Fighter. Maybe I have more interest in Fighter than Warlock, but I don't know how the weapon masteries will work out yet, and I think that's going to be pretty defining to the feel of Fighter. I want to play Barbarian more than I used to. Bard and Cleric didn't really change. I want to play Monk more than I used to. Monk went way up in my estimation, actually. It used to be pretty fucking low. It used to be pretty low. But now I'd say I probably want to play Fighter and Monk and Druid all the same amount. I want to play Rogue even more than I already liked to. It's probably above these three. I'd say that these three are tied with Barbarian, then Rogue, and then still Warlock. They just improved everything about Warlock. Like, all the things that were a little bit weird or awkward about Warlock just got better. And so it's like they took everything I liked and they were just like, let's just take out all the things you don't. Let's make Gaze of Two Minds usable. Oh my God. Yeah, so I don't know. The only thing I don't like about Warlock... No, actually, no, I like that. Never mind. Because that's easy. I was about to say they didn't put Pact of the Amulet in there, but I could easily just say, oh, Pact of the Amulet is an invocation now, and don't change any of the words, and that's it. So yeah, I don't know. Warlock still takes my top spot, but I would say that the gap between Warlock and Rogue and these three and Barbarian got smaller. I used to have to really talk myself into not playing Warlock, and now talking myself into playing any of these five is going to be much, much easier because they improved dramatically in terms of how much I want to play them. Yeah. Now attack and save. Yeah. The potent cantrip is way better. Just way more usable. It's such a random thing that it wasn't like that. Portent is great. I like the vibes of Divination Wizard, and I like playing support classes more than glass cannons. That's fair. Yep. I totally vibe with that. Yeah. But I just can't convince myself to play Wizard. Like, Portent was the only thing that might convince me because it's so cool. But honestly, at this point, if I wanted to play Portent Wizard, I would just go and play Clockwork Sorcerer. And I think I would enjoy it more. I think it's more interesting and gets like a similar vibe. So, I don't know. I've never done Goo. I'm a Genie or a Hexblade. Goo is awesome. It's even better now. Genie is my number 2. I love Genie. I've actually never gotten to play it at a table because the only time where I was actually able to like play for an extended period of time when I was playing a Warlock, it was before Genie came out. Genie's awesome. I really like Genie. Hexblade, I totally get. And I am now glad that Pact of the Blade kind of assumes most of the reason that people chose Hexblade, so that maybe they can make Hexblade even more interesting when they actually release it. I think that people chose Hexblade for an interesting build but not because Hexblade itself was interesting. I think Hexblade was kind of boring, but it enabled interesting builds. So I get it. How can you make deals with powers greater than you for your own gain, if not Warlock? So true. I'd play Goo, not a Warlock being Taliesin in a campaign. Sounds fun. Yeah, you just want to play the Goo. I get it. Overall, great changes. I just will be using 2014 Paladin or Ranger if the DM allows it. Yep. Look, honestly, I might use 2024 Ranger nowadays. It's still not good, but I think I was a little too harsh on it last time. I think I might use the Ranger. 20. Well, also, I guess that depends. Is it 2014 plus Tasha's? Because I think I might play that over 2024 Ranger. That might be my ordering, is like Tasha's Ranger, then 2024. But they're actually pretty similar. They're pretty close. And they might switch, depending. And then down here is 2014 Ranger. But yeah, I would definitely play. I wouldn't play Paladin, but I would play Paladin way in 2014 ahead of 2024. Would I really want to play as a hag witch magic user than a wizard? But with 5e, there isn't really anything like that. Heavy component, not innate magic based. Yeah, that's fair. I can feel you there. That makes sense. I never played Hexblade for the flavor of the class. I just play it to be a ripoff of Knights Radiant. Yeah. Which is totally fair. And I'm so happy that they took the things that were good about Hexblade and just put them into Pact of the Blade as a invocation. It makes more sense, frankly. And it's more accessible, and it will allow Hexblade to hopefully flourish as its own subclass whenever it comes out. So yeah. Empowered Evocation. When you cast a wizard spell from the Evocation School, you can add your int modifier. Sure. I'm sure that's the same. Yeah. Overchannel. You can increase the power of your spells when you cast a wizard spell with spell slots of 1 through 5 that deals damage. You can deal max damage with that spell on the turn you cast it. Okay. The first time you do so, you suffer no adverse effect. If you use this feature again before a long rest, you take 2d12 necrotic for each level of the spell slot immediately after you cast it. Oh, that's fun. That's very fun. This is kind of like the barbarian feature where the DC increases every time you do it. I like that. I think it's probably pretty similar to this. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I'm into it. I'm totally into it. Yeah. Let's see. Illusionist. Illusionist Savant. Sure. Improved illusions. You can cast illusion spells without providing verbal components. Is that the same? Probably. Oh, no. So that's a totally different thing. You can cast illusion spells without providing verbal components. And if an illusion spell you cast has a range of 10 plus feet, the range increases by 60 feet? Whoa, that's fun. I hope that they improve illusions even more by making it to where you don't have to do a somatic component either. I would really prefer for it to, I think it's good to like start at verbal and then so that like you can like hide your body potentially. Or like, you know, hide the somatic components that you're doing. And then later in the class or later in the subclass, we get removing somatics as well. That's cool. You also know minor illusion. The cantrip doesn't count against your cantrips known. You can create both a sound and an image with a single casting, and you can cast it as a bonus action, which is just all the things with this. Oh, except it also improves it even more. Wow. Illusion has got big ups. Cool. I think this is my favorite wizard subclass in 2024. That is super cool. This feature is super cool. Yeah. And I also think that I'm less harsh on this one and what was the other one? It was the other divination one. Expert divination. I'm less harsh on both of these, because they include some benefit for They either include a benefit for non-illusion spells, like in the divination wizard, or they give you something and buff it and make it better. So this is improving just illusion spells on the whole, but then it's also just giving you a thing that you can do totally separate from other illusion spells that's better, which I think is very cool. That's a fun change. Yeah, it's definitely fun. And being able to do it as a bonus action is great. Phantasmal creatures. You always have summon beast and summon face spells prepared. Whenever you cast either spell, you can change its school to illusion. Okay. I'll say this. If you wanted to base all of your stuff off of, like, you can cast illusion spells, you can do evocation spells, you can do these spells, give me ways to change the school. That's interesting to me. Like, let's imagine. I mean, I think that this one makes a lot of, like, visceral sense. But, like, if you could, like, say, like, for the purposes, like, this would make a lot of sense for transmutation. It's like, for the purposes of features within this subclass, you can cast a spell as a transmutation spell if you raise the spell slot level, or if you raise its level by 1. So imagine that. You could cast a second level spell, and it would count as a transmutation spell if you cast it at level 3. I'd be into that. That'd be kind of cool. And by proxy, I think this is kind of cool. It's a good way to say you're super good at one thing. Yeah. You can cast the illusion version of each spell without expending a spell slot but casting it without a spell slot halves the creature's HP. Once you cast, you must finish. Okay. Ooh, thank God. Okay. The only thing I'll say about this is that summons are notoriously difficult to run and disruptive to 5e combat. Like, difficult to run in and disruptive to 5e combat. They elongate combat, which people already consider very long. They really mess with the action economy. They, so it's like, if I ignore all of my knowledge or all of my understandings about how summons interact with the system, this is really cool. I like this a lot. Like, a lot. But summons broadly are kinda weird within 5e, so I don't know. At least it's just 1, not 10 to 15 like 2014. Absolutely. The thing that I was looking at is like, oh, how it's like, how many times can you do it for free? It's like, okay, it's once on either before you must finish a long rest. So the only issue is that it's gonna be consistent. You're gonna get one of these getting cast basically every session. I mean, you're going to get it every long rest, because getting a free beast with half the HP for free, like, why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? So it's a little bit weird. It's a little bit weird, but it's tough. It's really tough, because Yeah, like I said, if I wasn't aware of the problem, I would just think this is straight up dope. But I think it would end up kind of being disruptive at a table. They are concentration, I think, so you can have one. No. I feel you. I'm more saying you're going to get one of these every long rest. Basically guaranteed. Which is just, it's fine. And you're only summoning one. You're basically summoning a pet rather than, a variable mount, rather than like three beasts or whatever. It's summon beast singular and summon Fae singular. You're just using these, stat blocks. So it's summoning a pet, which is way better than summoning like multiple things. All that is to say, I think it's okay. It's basically turning you into like basically a pet based wizard, kind of. First, at least some of the time. But I don't know. Pets and summons in general are kind of iffy. But my pixie squad. Yeah, your pixie squad is so disruptive, dude. The pixie squad is so disruptive. But yeah, so it's fine. Good thing the conjure spells are no longer a thing like in 2014. I can't tell if that's sarcasm because I'm seeing... Did the conjure spells get all replaced with summon spells? And are all summon spells like singular spells? Because I haven't looked in that much detail at the spell lists. Is that the case? No. Okay, it was sarcasm. Cool. Damn it. They are still a thing, just completely changed. Oh. Wait. Okay. Wait, let me see what you mean. Conjure. Conjure elemental. You conjure a large intangible spirit, and this just increases the damage. Okay. Very, very different. Okay. Conjure celestial singular, conjure fae singular, conjure animals. You conjure nature spirits that appears a large pack of spectral intangible objects. So you consider the pack as a single creature. Yeah, okay. I'll say it. I'll say it so distinctly. Good. Absolutely good. Yes. Consider them as a single entity. Yep, they're in a 15-foot emanation. Yep. Good. 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 It's just better. Sorry. Not better. It's substantially less powerful, but it's way less disruptive. Thank God. So they either consider them as like basically a horde, or they consider them as an emanation. Makes total sense. Let's restrict all of the summons down to the singular, basically pets. I'm 1,000% with that. And you know what? I can get behind this. If we have as a system gone towards pets only, no summoning a bunch of creatures, then I can get behind a new pet feature. Because I want to support that movement. Yeah. I was going to hold off until you got to the spells section, but specifically checked out Conjure Minor Elementals, and they have different effects, not just attack rolls. Yeah, that's great. That's awesome. Big improvement in my book. Big improvement. Illusory Self. When a creature hits you with an attack roll, you can take a reaction to impose an illusory duplicate of yourself between the attacker and yourself. The attack automatically misses you, and then the illusion dissipates. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until a short or long rest, and you can also restore your use of it by expending a second level spell slot. Yep. This is absolutely the type of feature that I like. My only real problem with it is that it doesn't interact with improved illusions, but it's kind of more of a problem with improved illusions is that I would rather improved illusions target something other than illusion spells broadly. So it's tough. I would like it a lot, although it wouldn't even make any sense for it to work with that. So once you use this feature, and they made it a little bit more accessible. That's cool. You learn to weave shadow magic into your illusions to give them semi-reality. When you cast an illusion with a spell slot, you can choose one inanimate, non-magical object that is a part of the illusion and make that object real. You can do this on your turn as a bonus action while the spell is ongoing. The object remains real for 1 minute, during which it can't deal damage or give any conditions. For example, you can create an illusion of a bridge over a chasm and then make it real and cross it. You know, I'm glad that because I know that this is the same because I recognize the bridge example. I'm glad that they clarified that a bridge is an object. I would never have thought to assume that a bridge would qualify as an object. So I'm glad that they clarified that. All right. You know what? Wizard generally improved. More playable, more interesting. But not interesting enough to make me want to play it. The new broken is conjure minor elementals. Even most min-max might ban them. At least YouTubers CCs. Let's see. Conjure minor elements. Because I didn't like read through it in detail. All right. 4th level, concentration, 10 minutes. 1 action, self, 15-foot emanation. Okay. So far, seems fine. You conjure spirits from the elemental plane that flit around you in a 15-foot emanation for the duration. Until the spell ends, any attack you make deals an extra 2d8 damage when you hit a creature in the emanation. This damage is acid, cold, fire, or lightning. In addition, the ground in the emanation is difficult terrain for your enemies. Available for Druid Wizard. Old Druids, new Druids. I see. I mean, I need to compare it to another 4th level spell. That I have a little bit better of an idea of the balance of. Let's see. Because right now that seems maybe a little strong with the difficult terrain piece. So let's just see. Advanced filters, spell level, we're going to call it 4th. And class, we're going to go Druid.
Take a break.
We're pushing through. We're pushing through because it's 5:30. This was my soft stop. And we're going to try to finish this. Druid, Wizard, 4th level. Give me some spells. I mean, I guess it just happens. So let me compare it to something that just happens. No, that's a save or suck. Dimension Door? Evard's Black Tentacles? I mean, yeah. I don't know. I don't see these as any more powerful than Evard's Black Tentacles. So what is it? It's doing 2d8. It's average of 10. Whereas Evard's is doing 3d6, average of 12. It's only if they make a strength saving throw, but this is only if you hit them with an attack. And it's only, yeah, if they're in the emanation. It's only if you hit them with an attack inside the emanation, and the emanation's a 15-foot thing. Maybe this is better for druids. I could see that. Yeah, I don't know. This, I mean, considering that it doesn't even apply a status effect, it just applies a bit of extra damage. Seems fine to me. It's going to be better on like melee druids. But it's also, I mean, it's concentration. It's concentration, so it's still tough. Like, you got to get them in the 15 feet. And ideally, the difficult terrain is helping you keep them there. But then you have to keep them there to get the value out of it, but also not lose concentration. I don't know. It seems pretty fine. Read the upcasting. Yeah, I mean, it's 2d8. So it's, yeah. I'm sure that Evard's doesn't scale, but I'm sure that there's another one that we can look at that scales similarly. It's relatively similar to Fire Shield, but it doesn't give you resistance against anything. And Fire Shield isn't concentration. I mean, I think the big thing about that, if that didn't have concentration, I would agree. That's crazy. But it's 15 feet, and it requires concentration. I don't know. I mean, concentration is just so inherently risky. And it not only requires concentration, but it also requires you to hit them afterward. So there's like 2 steps between you getting value out of that. Oh. Man, the chat keeps having this thing where, like, at a certain point, it just stops working. Oh, Paige is home. 1 second, I'm muting. Cute. Phantasmal Killer, maybe? Did you unmute? Yeah, I unmuted. Okay. Target takes a whiz save. On a failed save, it takes 4d10 psychic. This is super ranged. And on a successful save, they take half. So what is this doing? That's doing 24. And then it increases by 6 for each spell slot. Whereas the other one was doing 10, and it increases by 10. Oh, and then on the failed save, it takes the psychic again. But on a successful save, the spell ends. Yeah, I don't know. That doesn't seem that out of pocket for me. Let me. I need to work on pulling chat back up. It's really not wanting to pull it back up. Ah, there we go. Every attack 2d8 means multiple Eldritch Blast attack rolls. Yes, but you would have to do I mean, warlocks don't naturally get it. So I guess if you're a tome lock, let me see. And it's also not each source of damage, to be clear. So I actually don't think that EB would apply to that. But let me read the text again. Until the spell ends, any attack you make deals an extra. Oh no, actually no. That would absolutely do EB. Yeah, never mind. Yeah, that's absolutely scaling with EB. But EB famously breaks a lot of things that buff cantrips. So that's not totally out of pocket. Yeah. But wait, what am I doing? I'm not here to read EB. I'm here to read Tome Lock. Back to the tome. This Book of Shadows. When the book appears, choose 3 cantrips and choose 2 level 1 spells that have the ritual tag. They can be from any class of spell list, and they must be spells you don't already have prepared. When the book is on you or person, you have the chosen spells prepared, and they function as warlock spells. I don't think there's a way that, unless warlock... I guess if warlock multi-classes... I would need to read over the multi-classing rules, but unless they multi-classed and could get it from the multi-class somehow, they don't have access to it. But someone else could multi-class into Warlock to get EB. So I guess that's fair. Like a wizard could multi into Warlock. Most optimizers talk about the upcast, the 2d8 for each spell. I don't know. 2d8 isn't that much. I mean, okay, so if the upcasting is the problem, let's upcast it like 3 times. Let's compare this to a level 7. Let's compare it to a level 7 spell, right? Let me see that. So no more 4th level. Let's do a 7th level spell. Bard Valor with a new extra attack with a cantrip and Nick property. Yeah. But again, you would have to go deep into Wizard to get that. Or you would have to go 3 levels into Bard, I guess. You'd have to go 3 levels into Bard. But I guess if you go 3 levels into Bard, you could get it. Crown of Stars. Oh, that's for an hour. Probably not comparable. Finger of Death. It's 7d8 plus 30. So we're on this one. It's an instantaneous, 60 feet away. And they're taking, what is that? 5 times 7, 35 plus 30. That's 65 damage compared to this, which would be 2d8 for each spell slot above 4. So 7. So it's 3. So 68. So that would be 8d8. So that would be 8d8 compared to 7d8 plus 30. Or half as much on a successful save. This is not giving you anything if you miss. And you have to hold on to concentration. Again, it's like holding on to concentration while within a 15-foot emanation constantly. I don't know. I don't see it as that busted. I think, like, if I'm thinking about if I'm going to cast that at 7th level or Force Cage, I'm probably casting Force Cage. Or Power Word Pain. You know? I don't know. Poor Tomelock. Oh, Tomelock doesn't need any sympathy. Tomelock's doing just fine. They're chilling. Means attack with Nick, extra attack, EB. Attack with Nick, extra attack, EB. But I mean, in that situation, you are either dipping Bard. I guess, does Valor Bard give you the... If Valor Bard gives you medium armor, maybe this is more viable. But you're either dipping into another class, and you still have wizard HP. Let's remember. And you still have wizard HP. Or you are primarily a different class, and you're dipping into wizard far enough to gain that. Wizard or druid, I guess. I think this is much more doable with druids that take the natural warrior. I think it's way more doable for them. But even still, I don't know. The concentration. And it's a 4th level spell. It's a 4th level spell. Actually, you know what I should compare it to? Let's take out the 7th. Let's go to a cantrip. How does, like, Booming Blade stack up to this? Because this should be substantially better than Booming Blade, right? Like off the wall, substantially better than Booming Blade. And if it's not, I think we have a problem. 1d8 Thunder. Okay. Yeah. Okay. It is. I would say it's better. Yeah. Both damage rolls. Oh, no. Well, then at 5th level. So when do you get 4th level spell slots? Like 7th or 8th level? So that'd be roughly, we can go with these numbers. So this is doing an extra 1d8. You don't have to spend a spell slot on it. And then if they move, they guaranteed take 2d8. And there's no spell slot. And there's no concentration. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't see it. I don't see it. I guess the only thing I see is for EB. But you would have to take like Eldritch Adept as a feat. You'd have to be like an Abjuration Wizard to be more sturdy. And then you'd have to go into something else to be able to do it more. Or you'd have to take like Warcaster to get advantage on concentration checks. It seems like it would be a lot to build around. I don't know. Per attack for 1 minute, if you can keep it up. If you can keep it up. I don't know. Whoever takes this spell has extra attack. So I mean it's required multiclassing, and multiclassing in general was made harder in 524. I didn't even consider that on par with Arcane Secrets. Oh, okay, Magical Secrets. That's a good argument. It is a great Magical Secrets take. It's a really, really good Magical Secrets take. I will give it that all day long, because this is immensely more usable on Bard, maybe Druid. Personally, I still don't consider it that crazy. I'll be fully real with you. I'm maybe... Yeah, I mean, this person's like... no, this is ridiculous. 1d8 for every 2 slots? No one would ever upcast it. I mean, if you wanted to nerf it, I guess you could go 1d8 for each spell slot above 4. I would be intensely interested to see this in practice. Because I don't know. Your choice when you make the attack. The fact that it requires the attacks to hit. It doesn't proc separately. And it requires you to maintain concentration. I see those as 2 layers towards balancing this out. The damage has to be high when there are 2 ways that it might just be totally wasted. Like, if the creature has a high AC and you're not getting your attacks through, this is doing nothing. And if they have a really high attack and they are really, really likely to hit you, especially multiple times, good shot that your concentration's breaking. So I don't know. You would be a bard and not a wizard. Yeah. Isn't just 1 attack, it's multiple attacks. I'm fully understanding that. It requires that the attack hits. If you can keep con, yes. if you can keep con. The whole point of concentration is that you don't keep it. The whole point of concentration is that it's gonna get dropped. Especially when you have to be within 15 feet of the thing. Like, this isn't heat metal where I can run away. Actually, you know what? Let me compare it to heat metal. A spell that I have never considered banning and is incredible. Let's compare it to heat metal. Because I know that heat metal has an upcast. So it's 2nd level. It's got concentration for 1 minute. It's ranged at 60 feet. And they take 2d8. And you can reactivate that as a BA. Oh no, they nerfed it! How dare they? How dare they? They nerfed the cooking book. They nerfed the cooking book. That's fair. They should have. Yeah, but I mean, I'll be real. If you gave me the choice of heat metal or conjure minor elementals, I'm taking heat metal every day. Because I can be 60 feet away from them. I can cast it on their heavy armor. And to where they can't take it off. Because heavy armor takes way too long to doff. And then they're taking 2d8 fire damage guaranteed on bonus action. And they have disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks. Yeah, I'm taking heat metal. I don't know. Maybe the optimizers will be in the comments. And if they are, I welcome you, optimizers. Post this clip on fucking 5e builds. r/5e builds and get in the comments and tell me how wrong I am, optimizers. In 2024, having advantage is so much easier. Sure. You're still having to spend advantage to get it. I don't know. Con is easier to keep as well. Why is con easier to keep? I can't see your screen right now. How they nerf? Oh shit! I still have the thing covering it. They nerfed heat metal by saying that you can only take a bonus action on each of your later turns to deal this damage again if the object is within range. If the object is within range is the big change. It did not used to have this text. So if you started the heat metal spell, you could sprint off into the distance and there was nothing they could do to you. Like if you're like mounted on a horse and you cast heat metal on someone's heavy armor, you turn around and run away and cook them to death inside their armor. And there was nothing they could do about it. Yeah. That sounds fair. Oh no, that's totally fair. That's absolutely fair. But I'm still probably keeping this. Why is con easier to keep? I'm curious. I haven't seen why concentration is or isn't easier to keep. I'd be curious. Just because of like just because of like inspiration? Be like having more inspiration and re-rolling? What's a little animal suffering in the name of sparing human life? Lol. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe this will bear out to be dummy, stupid, broken. I just really don't see it. And as a DM, like within the fiction, within the verisimilitude, within the feel of the scene, if one of my enemy's allies sees the person with this emanation doing bonkers damage, all fucking arrows on them. All ranged attacks go whoop and start focusing them because they're starting to put out all this damage. And that's gonna make this very simple to take down. So I don't know. Ooh, the last one I'm curious about Hunger of Hadar. How does it stack to Hunger of Hadar? I'm very curious about that actually. Cuz Hunger is one of like the spells that I think of as like the best. One of the best at least. Warlock spells. Oh no, they changed it. Legacy, what did they change? Okay, let's all intake the original. 3rd level, 1 action, 150 feet, 20-foot sphere, 1 minute, conjuration, dex save, cold. You open a gateway to the dark between the stars, a region infested with unknown horrors. A 20-foot radius sphere of blackness and bitter cold appears, centered on a point within range, lasting for the duration. This void is filled with a cacophony of soft whispers and slurping noises that can be heard up to 30 feet away. No light, magical or otherwise, can illuminate the area. And creatures fully within the area are blinded. Guaranteed, by the way. The void creates a warp in the fabric of space, and the area is difficult terrain. Any creature that starts its turn in the area takes 2d6 cold damage. Any creature that ends its turn in the area must succeed on a dex saving throw or take 2d6 acid damage as milky, otherworldly tentacles rub against it. To be fair, no upscaling. I was just about to say the perfect thing. Hunger of Hadar was always so weird that it didn't scale up as a warlock spell. Come on. But now it scales. Let's see. You open a gateway to the Far Realm, a region infested with unspeakable horrors. A 20-foot sphere of darkness appears. It is now explicitly darkness. Good to know. Centered on a point within range and lasting for the duration. The sphere is difficult terrain, and it is filled with strange whispers and slurping noises, which can be heard up to 30 feet away. No light, magical or otherwise, can illuminate the area, and creatures fully within it have blinded. Any creature that starts takes 2d6. Any creature that ends must succeed on a dex save or take 2d6 acid. Using a higher level spell slot increases by 1d6 for each slot level above 3. Oh, interesting. The cold or the acid damage? Only one of them? That's weird. That's a weird... it's a weird caveat, but sure. Sure. I took Heat Metal in BG3, but so few creatures wore metal armor in the first act, I never used it. Oof, you gotta get it in Act 3, I'm telling you. I was saying that I can't see screen because I'm listening to this audio only. Oh, yeah. Not a PC, but lucky at level 1, Eldritch Mind in PHB. I know there's a few others as well, but I'm distracted at the moment. I mean, Eldritch Mind and... Lucky. I guess lucky at level 1, but you could always get lucky at level 3 or whatever. Or no, level 4. So I don't... Or you could take Variant Human. I mean, I'm not sure about those being more available in 2024 than they used to be. But yeah, and... Oh! And there's always Warcaster, but... Yeah, and Hunger of Hadar is a 3rd level. It's doing guaranteed blinding. You can do it from 150 feet away. 2d6 cold. I think the thing that makes me not feel like this is so crazy is the 15-foot that follows you. You know? You just have to get up close. And I don't see that being super viable. Especially with if you're thinking about it in terms of like Eldritch Blast, you have to get close, but not next to them. You know what I'm saying? Unless they reworked ranged spell attacks, which they might have. Because I'm fairly certain that ranged spell attacks would still have disadvantage if you're directly next to them. I could be wrong though. It might not consider it that cover ranged attacks. Okay, so ranged attacks in close combat, aiming a ranged attack. Yeah, so I mean, to utilize this with like Eldritch Blast, they would have to be 10 or 15 feet away from you, but not 5 feet. Otherwise, it's terrible. Because you're going to get disadvantage on all of your attacks. So I don't know. Doesn't stand out to me, but like I said, get in the comments, tell me why I'm wrong. Hadar plus 1d6 every 3? Did it say every 3? What? For each spell slot level above 3. It's 1d6 per 1. 1d6 per 1, and it's also guaranteed damage. You don't have to hit them. I think that's the big thing. It's guaranteed damage, don't have to hit them. Guaranteed does the blinded condition. Yeah. Ranged spell attacks should never have disadvantage within world logic. That's only a mechanical reduction. I don't know that I totally agree with that. Like it's all about like aiming the attack. And I mean you can even like you can even like explain it flavorfully as you have to do like somatic components which are harder to do in close proximity to an enemy. I don't personally see that as super out of off the pale. Okay, last thing I have is School of Enchantment. Beginning. Oh wait, no. This is regular wizard. Divination. No, where the fuck is 2024 wizard? I lost it. Divine Spark. This is Warlock. No, I lost Wizard. They ran away from me. Beguiling Defenses, Healing Light. Oh, wait, no, they didn't run away. I finished it. Illusion was the last one. Oh, I just finished it. That's my bad. If anything, PB ranged weapon would be with advantage. Then on the reload, you're toast. What is PB? Player. I was thinking player's handbook, but what I don't know what PB would mean. Conceptually, magic is not a gun though. Magic is an expression. Oh, point blank. Got it. Do you conceptualize magic is not a gun though? Magic is an expression of power. Yeah, again, I mean, I think this is like the like when we're looking at like ranged non-magical attacks, it's because they're harder to aim. Aiming a ranged attack is more difficult when a foe is next to you. And I think the problem with like conceptualizing this is because we think of everyone as standing still in combat. Because on an actual turn, when you're interacting with all of these things, everyone looks like they're standing still. But the point is that relative to you, it is harder to hit a moving target that is moving at the same speed closer to you than it is like 30 feet away from you. Like if there's a target that's moving at a rate of like 20 feet per second and it's 30 feet away from you, that is much easier to track than if it's moving 20 feet per second and it's 5 feet away from you. It's way easier to track it when it's further away. So that's why they have disadvantage when like a bow attack. That's why a bow attack has disadvantage. And I think that magic is similar, of like the actual like tracking mechanism for things is more difficult. And I would also make the somatic argument. Also in melee, someone can fuck with your shot by messing with your bow. Yeah, precisely. Precisely. So I would say that it is a mechanical representation of, I would say, a stack of reasons that it is harder to hit something that is like actively moving around within melee. No, you won't do more damage, or you won't do less damage, which I think is why you don't. Like, the shot and the magic are still just as powerful. No matter what, as long as you're within their effective range. It's just like harder to like track a moving target that's like moving all around and fucking with you. Yeah. I think the broken example would be a dual wielding Valor Bard, maybe with a fighter dip for Nick weapon mastery. Not sure though. Yeah, I mean, I would honestly need to like consider, like, if you do like that entire build with like these fighter dips and all of these other things, how much are you giving up to do that? Like, we can put together some ostensibly broken builds. Like, if you just take like feats all day long in 5e, you're going to get a ton of power. But every time you do that, and every time you take dips, you are giving up things. When you take a feat that doesn't give you an ability score increase, you're giving up your modifier. So it's going to become harder to hit. You're going to be doing less damage. You're doing worse at skills. Same thing a lot of the times with fighter dips. So I would need to see the build fully broken out and identify what that build is giving up. Because power builds always have an aspect of that. They always have an aspect of they're giving things up to gain more power in return. But I just, based on what we've talked about here, I don't see that as like super directly obvious to me, that this would be that much more powerful. I'm much more sold on the idea of somatics or even the building time of a spell, less so about the idea of the aiming thing. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to make any assumptions about you. If you've ever like shot a gun before, I'm from Kansas. I've shot many guns. I've shot skeet, and I can tell you that to an extent, there is a little bit of difference. But like, if someone shot a skeet shot directly at my eye line right next to me, it would be almost impossible for me to hit that. Whereas I can, if it's like 30 to 40 feet away, it's actually like possible. You feel me? So it's like, when you get into extremely close range, it just is harder to track. Yeah. Especially if someone doesn't have like the ultimate fear of getting shot. And like, you have to like, or you're using both of your hands in like a combination fashion to aim, as opposed to a gun where one hand stabilizes and the other, like, I don't know. Yeah. I don't really feel like it's rationalizing. Because a bow is harder to hit and aim things than with a gun. And I know that would be a thing with a gun. But I don't know. You will make it one day. I mean, level one level of fighter isn't that bad, but I see your point. Even without the dip, you would have 3 attacks at level 6. That's kind of my point. Is it's like, if you already have all of these attacks, is this extra damage from this spell that you can lose at any time with a concentration check actually worth it? I truly don't know. I would have to like see the build done out. Since most feats are now half feat, meaning almost all of them are +1 to something. That's interesting. Now it's easier to take feats instead of a +2. That definitely is. It definitely is easier in that case. I haven't looked through all the feats yet. But I mean, the point still stands that you're slowing down your progress. The fundamental math of D&D, like the way that enemy HP, AC, saving throws, the way that all scales is predicated on an assumption that every time you get a feat or an ASI, you are increasing your primary stat by 2. And you're getting your modifier up +1. So anything that you do that doesn't increase your modifier at those levels needs to be worth at least that, ideally more. Now, well, I've shot shotguns before that. Okay, that's what I didn't want to assume. Thank you. No, I truly was not trying to be like sarcastic. I was truly meaning like I don't know your experience and if you have before. I'm saying in terms of thinking about magic, I don't think of it as a gun that you aim in that way. I think about it in terms of target acquisition. Cause like they are ranged attacks. So like any like mental picture that I have of like casting a firebolt, I'm picturing it like being directed with a hand or fucking blasted like that or whoosh and like, you know, big somatic thingy. I'm picturing it being aimed, which is why it can miss. You know what I'm saying? Like, if it can miss in any way, in my mind, it has to be targeted. And the targeting is the thing that gets more difficult when you are in close combat. So that's why I don't really see it as like as a huge stretch. Because if it can miss in the first place, then it would be harder to hit in close. Again, just because they're moving and not standing still. Including Warcaster. That's wild that Warcaster's a half feet now, but I'm just saying I think it's rough world building to treat magic the same way. I think it would be weird if like saving throw spells had a detriment in close combat because they don't need to be aimed. They literally can't miss. The person just has to make a save against them. So I think it'd be super weird if saving throw spells had any sort of detriment for close combat. But I don't know. I see aimed magic the same as mechanical ranged weapons. Shotguns with chokes, not the best example at ranged versus close targeting, just saying. It's not the same. I know. But it is like I'm picturing myself trying to hit a moving skeet shot that is 5 feet away from me compared to a much more normal distance, and I see why it would impose disadvantage. Interesting. We need some focus mechanics. Wand should not be the same as a 7-foot staff. Oh, well, that's a whole other discussion. But anyways, I think I'm gonna call it basically there. I had planned on getting through more than just the classes today, but those two classes being spellcasters also had the most like. I think that like those two are the least obvious in like where their power comes from and like the nuance of their building and like what makes them interesting. So I'm not surprised that they took close to the longest to talk about, especially because in that last part we were mostly talking about like various spells. But anyways, okay. Yeah, so next time, we had some derailment from the original objective, a little bit, but I think that's okay. Character origins. So next time will be character origins. Hopefully this will be a lot shorter. Ideally, my hope would be that I can get through most of the rest of the book in one more session. I won't be going through all of the spells just straight up. I'm not going to be going through all the spells on stream. But I will definitely want to at least glaze over the equipment, or glance over, not glaze, glance over the equipment. And I definitely want to look at all the feats. I want to look at what else? Oh, the rules glossary. So yeah, it's like chapter 4, chapter 5, a brief skim of chapter 6, and then rules glossary next time. I don't know when that'll be. Maybe tomorrow, maybe Saturday. I want to do it soon, so it'll probably end up being the next stream, but I don't know exactly what day. We had some. Also, in my experience, an adult is slower than a child eyeball. It is. I was, again, like you said, it's not like a 1-to-1 comparison at all. And you could argue that disadvantage is maybe too high of a magnitude of detriment in order to capture that feel. But I would still, I was using it as a conceptual example of that aspect. But good chats. Got to go play D&D now. Have fun. See y'all if you're still online in 4 hours. I will not be. Just messing with me. He's been too on topic. Yeah. Anyways, I'm going to get out of here. You guys get out of here. Goodbye.